Good morning and welcome to this symposium about the community mental health services in Norway, in Bergen. My name is Audun Pedersen. I am the Senior Advisor for Mental Health in the city of Bergen. So I work with planning and politics, but I'm educated as a psychiatric nurse. We will have first the presentation made from myself, a kind of overview over the services, so you can get an idea of the comprehensive services and the context of the other two presentations, who will be about the user-managed sports team, and at last a research made of Lill Susann Innesdal Haugen about meeting places as greenhouses for human growth. So first of all, I will give the word to myself in a way, because this is the recorded presentation I have made.
Hello everybody, my name is Audun Pedersen. I am working in the city of Bergen, Norway as a Senior Advisor for Mental Health. Today I'd like to share with you how we organize our community-based mental health services for people in our city. We I like to stress these learning objectives to identify the need for inclusion in society, to discuss the role of municipalities in mental health services, and also to explain how people with mental challenges can be a part of the society. Our governmental services are mainly by hospitals and district psychiatry centers. We have a few hospitals in Norway with very reduced numbers of beds, and including all kind of coercive treatment and units for forensic care. They are still in hospital. In Norway, we have 75 district psychiatry centers all over the country, with 4 in the Bergen area, who is the second largest city in Norway. They have both inpatient units, including some user-managed beds, and also mainly outpatient services, including ambulance service and FACT teams for people with severe mental illnesses with or without addiction problem. Here you can see a picture of the city of Bergen. What you can see here is the harbor, the city center, and one of the 4 urbans. This is another part of the city with the harbor and some islands outside the city. A few facts about Bergen. We have 280,000 inhabitants, 4 urbans with their own local department for mental health service. Some measures are citywide. The mental health services are organized together with the addiction service, more or less. The city owns 5,000 apartments for people in special need for housing, and 400 of them are specially organized for people with severe mental disorders with service organized. And of course, a lot of the people we give service to live independently in ordinary apartments or houses. I'll tell you something about what do the local Department of Mental Health Service provide. They are handling psychosocial emergencies related to accident and sudden death, including they are in the leading of the local crisis intervention teams. They also follow up people who have tried to commit suicide in order to prevent new attempts. They follow up the concerns regarding the people who may have a serious illness and who don't seek or want help for the time being. They follow up serious mentally ill who withdraw from the services in order to find possible ways to provide necessary assistance without using force or coercion. One of the most important issues is to coordinate the overall service provision for individuals who need comprehensive services from different parts of the service system, because they are not able to organize this themselves, including development and coordination of individual plans and leading responsibility teams, who are the two most important tools for this coordination. They also establish a committed relationship with users' families when this is wanted and possible, and establish and operate services that are specifically designed for long-term mentally ill as different kind of housing projects and adapted social and cultural activities. The local department also provide immediate support to people who come out from inpatient units in the psychiatric hospital in order to assess needs and offer home-based services immediately. They also follow up long-term users over time with various types of support in order to promote the person's recovery and prevent relapse. They provide practical assistance in the homes when it requires a particular expertise. And they provide supervision to groups of users, their families, and to other parts of the service system. Here is some numbers about our housing projects. That we have different kind of levels for service in the housing projects. We have housing ambulant teams where the apartments are in walking distance from this base. We have 5 projects and 68 apartments. Then we have some sheltered houses with 109 apartments in 13 different houses with service during the day but not in the night. We also have some sheltered houses with 24/7 service, 10 houses with 86 apartments. And we have something we call all-inclusive. This is a kind of institution, but still separate apartments in one house. But it includes 4 meals a day, all kind of medical service. They pay directly from their pension, a percentage of that, and they have their apartment, electricity, food, medication service, and many things included in this. And at last, I can tell we have some psychogeriatric units in nursing home, specifically designed for people with severe mental illness, 28 apartments here. Something about our recovery ideology and how we work rehabilitation. The goal for us is to create an environment to promote personal development with safety, predictability, personal freedom, access to social contact with others, and hope for a better future. For us, it is important to see a user as a person, not as a diagnose, to keep focus on the person's own choices and opportunities, not force the helper's wishes on him or her, and to build an equal relationship with the person receiving help, not bet on the commitment of the user to follow the treatment the helper decides. And it is extremely important to communicate hope that improvement is possible. The most important question is, what is important for you? We have several projects about access to studies and work. We have a program for supported education for students on university and colleges. When it comes to high school students, we have another program I cannot tell so much about today. We have an educational program for peer support workers over 1 year, and every class is approximately 20 persons who join this project, and they go out and work in different parts of the services afterwards. We have a recovery college under construction, where these peer support workers are a very important part of the process. We have this individual placement and support service, IPS, pretty new, but with very good results. We have also access to some sheltered work programs, and in our city today there are 50 peer support workers employed in the municipal services, mostly in mental health and addiction service, but also in some services for children and adolescents. And we have a fountain house. Many of our users tells us that it's very important for them to be able to be creative and to use their creative skills. There is a user-managed creative center called Amalie Skram's House in the city. They will give a presentation tomorrow in another symposium, so I recommend that. We have 5 municipal services, municipal activity centers, who also have some of the same offer with art and cultural activities. And there is a special project in the Department for Culture in the city called Art, Culture and Mental Health. They provide access to both cultural experiences and to be creative for the users themselves. They have writing classes with authors. They release a quarterly magazine of poetry and prose, including their own web edition. They are cataloging the ceramics and visual arts in many of these environments. They have art for exhibitions and rental. They are establishing group for theater and music. And they cooperate with local cultural institutions on events. They also have some service for children and young people, on theater and film courses and special for people with special interests in that. So, as you can see, this is a pretty comprehensive service on the municipal level. So thank you for listening. And we take the questions and comments a little later.
Okay, then we... You're ready? Okay. Then, det är så mycket echo. The next presentation will be about this sports organization. The speaker will be Per Halvdan Nilsen, a psychiatric nurse working on a district psychiatry center for many years. And he was one of the most active when this organization was established 15 years ago. So please, Per Halvdan Nilsen.
Hello, good morning. I'm sending live from Bergen, Norway. Here's early morning, 8 o'clock. I want to talk about Psychiatric Alliance. We are now 15 years, and I try to say something about our history and our values and how we work. And Sandy have to help me with to go to the next PowerPoint, please. Yeah. In the start, we were inspired by, of course, all you know that humans are social beings that involve through socializations or interaction with others, and we think something, and the absence of response and isolation is destructive. And 15 years ago, maybe psychiatric institutions maybe have more focus about the sickness and not the recovery. And in the start, we try to, when you start sports, maybe it's easy to be embarrassed because you lack of skills, so it's hard to meet people. But we always have focus on what you like to do. And you know, of course, a relationship arises when between two people, and bond is a mutual experience that it means something to each other. And 50 years ago, on first football training, one of the people were asked what we're going to do for, what we're going to use the training for, and it was a little bit surprise question because maybe we thought that training was enough just to meet, to have the meeting places, but he wants to play football in the league, and then we have to and we start football in the league the next year. I mean, we play regular in the league in 15 years now. And we want to be a regular sports club, and we don't want to be a part of the treatment. Next, please, Sandy. Because we believe more in togetherness, and very important when people come to the training, that we not offer therapy, but we just offer to be together and try to get some meaningful life for people. And when we start, we just talk, we practice, come first, we just do things. Now, after 50 years, we're now starting to research. I want to tell you more about it a little bit later. I think one of our goals in the start was to prevent hospitalizations. Maybe when people come from a local hospital, maybe they meet us on the training ground, and maybe that will help them with some, and not be part of go back to bed. So I want to try a little bit, explain it a little bit better in a few minutes. Yeah, next please, Sandy. And you know, maybe, I don't know Patricia Deegan, but she's a very known woman with a personal experience. And she said once, I want a life, I don't want services. And that was important for us in the start. We want to give people a life. And people have experienced mental health problems themselves, have pointed out some areas that they believe is important. And one of them is belonging, and one hope, identity, meaning, and self-determination. Maybe some people need a little help in the start to start the social life again, because lived isolated too long, and some maybe need some time to feel confident in the group, that is safe to be with others, and all the things we meet in the training. Yes, next please, Sandy. We were founded in 2006 with Bergen, with Audun and Bergen and the Hospital of Bergen, and we have not become an independent sports team without the support in the start. It was very important that Bergen municipality and Helse Bergen, as we call it, as a local hospital, go together and give us some money to make it possible. And I think it's still Helse Bergen and Bergen municipality sees it as a project to have together. Today, money comes from the government, the municipality, and the hospitals. And we have the office in the local hospital that is very important for us. It's very easy to recruit new people, and sometimes you can see it's a part of being in the hospital. the hospital always think about. Maybe Psychiatric Alliance or Psychiatry Alliance we can take a part of your recovery process, and maybe you can meet them when you are inpatient, and then you can go on training afterwards. I think almost all the coaches and managers and boards have personal experience, relatives from abuses or psychiatric problems. We are now over 14 coaches, and I think that is very important when people meet other people with experience. I think that's one of our best successes. Yeah. Next, please, Sandy. We have over 20 regular trainings during the week, all year. Even in Christmas Eve is important for us in Norway. We have training in the day because people maybe are very lonely. Our first motto was with attack as medicine, because we played a game and the big newspaper in Bergen covered the game and have that as a front page. And we think it was a good motto because you can understand it in different ways. You can understand it like if you see yourself attacking yourself, that's your medicine. You can see that attack when you do physical activity, maybe that's the medicine, maybe in more less medicine, or you can see it in the football way if you want to. But so I think it was a good motto for us. But it was not quite describing what we're doing. So we changed the motto to everybody is welcome always. And we try to live in all parts of the Psychiatry Alliance. Everybody should be welcome always. We have focus on the social, of course, but we also have a focus on sports, and we want to prevent social isolations and loneliness. And you have the next piece, Sandy. Yeah, and everything is free, and that's important. You don't have to say your name, or you can just pop up on the training. If you want to give us your mobile phone number, it's okay. Then we can text you with training. We're more than 400 people weekly, and we're still growing. We work information in municipality meeting places or hospitals. So we like to just people that can start exercising while they are being treated. Of course, we're active on social media, Instagram, Facebook, and all this. And we educate our own trainers. That's important. We help them with the CV, work experience, references. Many people start training in Psychiatric Alliance, and then they start another job afterwards, or maybe they start back at school. So it's important to take the start. We like to say you can start as a patient, and then you can go to a trainer, and maybe you can go further out. We like to think that way. And we have a lot of people in training with the employees often. Next, please, Sandy. And this year we will call Bergen Best Organization, the big newspaper in Bergen. All the readers give us the honor, and we think that was very good for us because it's say something about the stigma about psychiatric disorders. So it's very good for us. And I also think that voluntary organizations have to take more places in the future to solve problems. Yeah, thank you. We have a lot of activities. As you see, a tour group and swimming, just indoors and outdoors in the winter. That can be very cold and icy. And we have kayak, we have a cafe, weekly cafe, climbing, weightlifting, that's important, football series, spinning. I have had to try to talk faster. We played a volleyball series. We are part of Bergen City Marathon. Of course, we have Zumba, yoga, fitness center, floor football. We also have training for young people in the hospitals. And I think that's very important to have the training because when you are 15 or and are in the local hospital, it's very difficult when you go back to school or what you're going to talk about to your friends. So we are doing that. As I talked about earlier about research, we now are starting a research project with the University of Southeast in Norway. We want to see how meaningful activities and citizenships, how does it involve for us people? Does it mean something to be a part of Psykiatri Alliansen? Does it mean something about you go back to feel you're part of the this normal citizen? So we're going to start this project in. We start now something, but we're going to start in January, because we need some more knowledge about how voluntary organizations facilitate meaningful activity based on users' freedom of choice. Yes, next please. Yeah. And how do coaches and participants describe their experience to be part of us? Is it identity change when you are part of a group, or you feel connected with people? And what's the way Psykiatri Alliansen actively offers organizations to use experience competence among coaches as well as and the board. As I told you, nearly all people in Psykiatri Alliansen have experience. Yes. And now is my last. We also start a project called Bergen Group. We're very proud of being part of Bergen Group. It's not quite started yet, but it's going to. It's a project with England and Iceland, and how to see how the connection between football and mental health, social inclusions, and drug addictions. Maybe you know, in football in England, all big clubs have the football in the community. They take a lot of more responsibility of mental health problems. And maybe if you see in Norway, maybe some years we also have these problems, because it's important to know that as you know, people with severe illness lives about 15 to 20 years shorter than the rest. So we're going to see about the big project. In England, it's the big club Everton and Notts County and several clubs. In Iceland, it's a club called Psycho, FC Psycho. And in Bergen, it's the Psychiatry Alliance and some other clubs. And Ben Carlson, Mark Borg, Mark Slade, and Ella Pringles, as you maybe know, are going to take a big part of this project. I think that's nearly on time, Odin and Sandy. Thank you for my presentations. Yes.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Per, for this presentation. I think this could be inspiring for some of them who listen to you to start a sports club and try to make it the bridge to society. The next presentation from Bergen will be from Lill Susann Innesdal Haugen. She is psychologist, and she made a research about meeting places. She has called her presentation "Meeting Places in Norwegian Community Mental Health Care, Metaphorical Greenhouses for Human Growth." So the screen is yours, Lill Susann.
Dear colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to present my research at the 14th Congress of the World Association for Psychosocial Rehabilitation and the 7th Abu Dhabi International Mental Health Conference. Of concern for those who are less familiar with what I'm about to discuss, I choose to use supporting text in the PowerPoint slides. I have nothing to disclose. The research I am about to present was a part of the PhD project I worked on at the Department of Psychosocial Science, the University of Bergen, Norway, and now I am employed in the city of Bergen. In the project, I collaborated with a great team of co-researchers with first-hand knowledge of psychosocial hardships and professional researchers. As such, this is a service user-involved research project. The focus of the project was meeting places in Norwegian community mental health care. The plan for the current presentation is to start by presenting the 3 learning objectives and then the service meeting places. I go on to talk about central aspects of this study and highlighted results from our analysis. For the current presentation, I highlight the following 3 results from our inquiry. We identified a civil society fraught with sanism. And sanism may be conceptualized as a systematic privileging of what is typically viewed as sane and normal, and a systematic underprivileging of what is typically considered as psychosocially different and pathological. We identified that meeting places may facilitate safe spaces from sanism and productivity pressure of civil society to perform beyond one's capacity and having to act like you are something other than you experience yourself to be in order to be accepted and included. We also identified meeting places as possibly facilitating metaphorical greenhouses with fertile ground for human growth and recovery. So what are meeting places? Staff meeting places in Norwegian community mental health care are often provided by the municipality or non-governmental ideal organizations. It is often a daytime service, but it may be an evening service as well. They are voluntary to use and are usually provided on an easy access basis. Meeting places may facilitate a variety of possibilities. They may facilitate a place to meet peers, diverse activities such as creative activities and hikes, and much more. To paint the history of broad strokes when it comes to the background of meeting places, for about 500 years, people in psychosocial hardships were excluded from society in large centralized institutions in Norway and many other countries. The closing down of such institutions has since the 1960s been pronounced. In 1999, the largest Norwegian community mental health care reform to date was launched, and meeting places were prioritized because they were considered to counter widespread social isolation and exclusion. And Norwegian guidelines, they call for providing different types of meeting places that promote a variety of different ideals, such as safety and development and recovery. So meeting places stand out as a complex service. They are suggested to be echoing the complexities of everyday life. People in psychosocial hardships are still among the most socially excluded groups in many countries. And sanism, as I have just stated, is a concept that may be used as a tool to illuminate this exclusion. In this research project, we have used wide-angle lenses to illuminate and explore Norwegian meeting places as a complex service through using a community psychological perspective, and we have used participatory research traditions in terms of service user-involved research, and we have used discourse analysis in psychology. The aims of the research project were to illuminate and explore meeting places in community mental health care from a community psychological perspective, and to produce knowledge that could be beneficial for persons who use meeting places or could use meeting places. The project was designed as 3 lines of inquiry that were related to 3 specific research questions and 3 articles. I will here focus on the second article and the second research question. How do service users discuss their encounters with spaces and people of meeting places? And this article is free to read for everyone. We gathered material for this article through 4 focus group discussions with 22 service users of various meeting places in a region of Western Norway. And we analyzed the material through a participatory discourse analysis. By using discourse analysis, we were enabled to do a wide-angle analysis relating the words and statements spoken in the focus group discussions to greater social, cultural, historical, economic, and political patterns that we trace them to be a part of. An example is that the words illness and patient draws on a medical discourse. In the following, I will present 5 example interviews from the focus group discussions that illustrate main findings in this article. The first is related to civil society outside of meeting places, and the rest relates to meeting places. The worst stigmatization is in the civil society outside of meeting places. If you have hurt your hand or foot or something else that people can see, right? But what's in our hearts and up here in our heads, people cannot see. So when people say, oh my goodness, you have to pull yourself together now, endorsing comments, right? It's not that helpful. No, it isn't. It's not possible. It's not possible. It actually makes things kind of worse. Just try it. Because you so sincerely want to pull yourself together, right? But you cannot control it. Based on such conversations, we see a civil society where people in psychosocial hardships are faced with stigmatization and exclusion. The service user is reduced to an irrational who does not know her own best interests and are blamed for not working harder to get better. We analyze this to relate to sanism, which we have discussed as the privileging of what is considered to be normal and sane, and an underprivileging of what is considered to be irrational and pathological. Second example interview. And then I thought, when I got it, that there wasn't anything left. It became a very monotonous life. But after many years with different experiences, then it came to my homestead, this service, your meeting place. And then I have a place to go because I always make sure to get myself out the door. And it is important to me because then you have some kind of purpose. but I didn't the first years. Nothing was in place then. Here, we analyzed meeting places as a welfare arrangement that compensates for the shortcomings of civil society, with a place to go and having a purpose to get up when a person has been excluded. They appear to facilitate a safe space from the pressure to perform beyond one's capacity for people who often work hard to keep their heads above water. Staff were portrayed as facilitating the compensatory qualities of meeting places, and the level of facilitation was discussed as being decided through service user involvement. However, for service users who were discussed as being further along in their personal recovery processes, less help and less interference from staff was wanted. The third example interview, you go free of having to sit and say, yes, I'm on disability pension, and I was put on a disability pension for over 20 years ago. You're on a disability pension and just for mental health problems. Then it's good to be with people who know that there is no such thing as just mental health problems. You could be depressed and out of it, but once you get inside and meet peers, the gang as I call them, and we talk and stuff, yeah, it lets go. Ongoing interruptions with endorsement. So not always it's not some kind of miracle cure, but it really helps. And to get to talk with others who are in the same situation as you, to socialize without sitting talking about the disease, but you know they understand that you had a bad day, right? And many say what Ruth says, that it's not that easy for family or others who aren't ill to understand. Based on such conversations, we analyzed meeting places as embodying a peer community who implicitly share and accept each other's situation, identity, and interests in everyday life concerning psychosocial hardships and service use. The peer community appeared to facilitate a safe space from sanism and from having to justify one's hardships and needs. By standing together, the burden seemed less heavy. And we analyzed that there were silent knowledge between peers that could give way to a freedom from talking about psychosocial hardships. However, some service users explicitly wanted to talk about hardships and other serious issues with peers, attesting to the complexity of meeting places and that service users are as diverse and as people in general. Fourth example interview. I believe I can at least say that I believe that these activity centers have saved many lives. Endorsing comments. I believe I can honestly say so. I absolutely agree with you. They have saved many lives. Yes, yes. And for sure, one life, just one life, is precious. Extremely precious. Through talks such as this, we analyzed meeting places to provide spaces of compassion from inhumanity. The staff appeared to be positioned as compassionate fellow human beings who help people to live fuller lives beyond the staff's own self-interests. The analysis supports that the compassion in meeting places could make a difference from experiencing oneself as an object to becoming a human being worthy of the compassion of another human being. I go on to the last example interview. My friend Christina has really grown with her artistic side, and she's having an art exhibit now, and she has amazing paintings. Yeah, she has. Christina is someone who has blossomed without anyone pressuring her. Endorsing comments. No press, don't press. To the contrary, staff has let her grow with kindness and warmth, so she, just like the porcupine, awakens from hibernation and has become a blossoming person instead of a person just sitting there, not knowing. Through conversations such as this, we analyzed meeting places as greenhouses with fertile ground for people to explore the world and themselves. They were discussed as facilitating to expand personal horizons of possibility and to expand recovery processes on a person's own terms. And staff were portrayed as facilitating many of the conditions of possibility for growth through standing by, being ready to see even small glimmers of something to build on and providing support on the person's own terms and needs. I have now come to my closing reflections. Although this study has focused on staffed meeting places, the findings may be drawn on to illuminate aspects of similar types of easy access services, such as Psykiatrialliansen, as my colleague Per has just presented. In this research, we were told that meeting places could mean everything to the people who attend them, by providing them with spaces of possibility that did not seem available elsewhere in civil society. A civil society fraught with productivity pressure and sadism. In closing, I would like to emphasize that unless and until civil society is able to make meeting places and similar services redundant, the prioritization of such services as social safety nets appears to be in the interests of people who attend them. I thank you for your attention. Please contact me if you have questions or would like to discuss something. Thank you.
Okay, so that will be all the presentations from Bergen this time. I have talked to the technical support here, and they say we had some minutes if someone like to make some questions and or comments, either here in the audience live, or if you are online, you can write in the chat on Zoom. So, are there anybody who would, yeah, Gabriela.
And very impressive experience. I think that's very difficult to find in Europe a similar experience. You can manage 400 apartments for 280,000 inhabitants. It's an enormous number, and other activities. But the very interesting aspect for me is the cultural and scientific perspective in which you are working. I think this is the true direction of community mental health services. Only a little question. Which is the relationship with the patient you manage, you have in your activity, and the psychiatric hospital? Is it possible that one patient can be admitted in psychiatric hospital, and if it's possible, is frequently? Many thanks.
I think it's a question to me. I can say that many of these services we have talked about are non-medical services. They are low-threshold service. People can just show up and participate. And then you have the medical services where you need to go to your GP to be admitted to the hospital or maybe to the emergency center if it's emergency. And a lot of the people who are, for example, participating in the sports club or in the meeting houses, they are at the same time included in FAC teams or outpatient units where they have some kind of medical assistance, maybe psychological treatment. So that's something happen at the same time. For some of them, this is history. They are now out of the medical system, but this is their most important support today. So it might be both. And if there is a need for cooperation and the person want them to cooperate, they cooperate. But there is no need for, you don't have to be referred or you don't have to go to a GP to be able to participate in this kind of services. They are really open and low threshold. If this was an answer to your question. When it comes to research, I am ashamed to say we do very little research on the municipal services. We just start projects and go on. But now there are some research projects like this little Susanne showed us, so we can have a little more evidence about what we do. Are there some other questions? Sandy? No? Okay. Then I thank you all for this symposia. It has been very nice to be with you, and goodbye for now.
Good morning. I am Gabriele Rocca, psychiatrist, psychotherapist. I am health director of social company Solaris and president-elect of WAPR. In this moment, I would like to introduce a symposium entitled Multidimensional and Multidisciplinary Approach in Intellectual Disability and Autism Spectrum Disorders. The first speaker will be Laura Giusti, researcher in clinical psychology at University of L'Aquila in Italy. The title of her speech is Family Burden and Social Cognition in a Sample of Subjects with Down Syndrome. What kind of relationships? This speech is focusing on the functioning of social cognition in individuals with Down syndrome and the relationship between social cognition, ability, family functioning, and family burden. The second speaker is Tiziana Grilli, psychiatrist, coordinator of the program for adults with intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder at the mental health service in Ravenna, always in Italy. The title of her speech is An Integrated and Multidisciplinary Approach for the Management of Intellectual Disability at Mental Health Service Organization based on the quality of life improvement. And this presentation explored the new person-centered approach, which is strictly oriented to an improvement of quality of life of users. Third speaker, Professor Marco Bertelli from Florence, is psychiatrist and psychotherapist and director of Research and Clinical Center at the Misericordia. The title of his presentation is Psychiatric Disorders in Individuals with Intellectual Disability and Low Functioning Autism Spectrum Disorder, which highlights the current state of knowledge on phenomenology of psychiatric disorders in persons with intellectual disability. And then Karen Munir, professor of psychiatry and pediatrics at the Harvard Medical School. His presentation is titled The Crossroads and Blurred Lines Between Autism Spectrum Disorders and Intellectual Disabilities, which will draw attention at an important issue concerning the interaction between autism spectrum disorders and intellectual disability. And finally, Dr. Sara Baghi, manager at social company Solaris in Milan, and she will present a work entitled Age Up Why? Power-ups for happy day life. She presents new paths to promote the use of digital devices in a tailored way, built around the user needs. A very new perspective of work with people with intellectual disabilities. Well, I finished my presentation, and I think that it will be very interesting to hear those speakers. Well,
good morning everyone from Italy. I'm very honored to participate in the 40th Congress of World Association of Psychosocial Rehabilitation. As a part of symposium multidimensional and multidisciplinary approach in intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder, my presentation focuses on relationship between family burden and social cognition in a sample of subjects with Down syndrome. Thank Massimo Casacchia, Professor Emeritus of Psychiatry, former President of the degree course on Psychiatry Rehabilitation from University of L'Aquila, Italy. Silvia Momorella, Psychologist, Postdoctoral Fellow from University of L'Aquila, Italy. First of all, it's very important and useful to remember the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities by United Nations. The purpose of this convention is to promote, protect, and ensure the full enjoyment of human rights by persons with disabilities. The text was adopted by the United Nations on December 2006. It came into force on May 2008. The guiding principles of the Convention emphasize non-discrimination, respect for difference, equality of opportunity, accessibility, equality between men and women, individual autonomy. Social cognition is a broad construct that refers to the cognitive and emotional functions required to understand and predict other people's mental states and behaviors. It is crucial for the socio-emotional competence and for the social interactions and relationships. This complex cognitive system, according to Greer's model, encompasses emotion processing, attributional style, social perception and social knowledge, and theory of mind or mental state attribution. Social cognition has been extensively studied in schizophrenia, and paired social cognition in patients with schizophrenia represent a significant predictor and mediator of social functioning. Social cognitive deficits appear to be a core cognitive phenotype and a marker of many clinical conditions. At present, this construct in a subject with Down syndrome remains underexplored and the data is inconsistent, perhaps because they are commonly described as socially engaged. Some studies investigated on emotions processing in individuals with Down syndrome, showing some difficulties and low accuracy, specifically in sadness, anger, fear, and surprise. The family environment is extremely important to development of social and communication skills. Parent-child interactions contribute significantly to development of theory of mind and emotion recognition abilities. Family burden includes problems, difficulties, or adverse events that affect the life of the caregivers of a person with disability. Good family skills, communication, and problem solving contribute to good family functioning, leading to a good quality of life and low family burden. To our knowledge, the family burden in the caregivers of children with Down syndrome present inconsistent data. Families of children with Down syndrome experience greater well-being than families of children with other intellectual disabilities, as the subjects seem to present a tendency to have more sociable personalities and less maladaptive behavior. On the contrary, a high incidence of depression among parents of children with Down syndrome was found. During the COVID-19 lockdown, the prevalence of depression, anxiety, and stress symptoms in parents of children with special needs were found. Often the families of children and adults with Down syndrome feel lonely and unsupported by institutions. They often find support in associations that fill institutional gap, responding to the needs of families. Our study project aims to investigate social cognition abilities in individuals with Down syndrome, relationship among social cognition abilities, family functioning, and family burden. Our study is in progress. We are currently recruiting our sample. We assessed reasoning ability and social cognition in individuals with Down syndrome, emotional distress, family functioning, and family burden in our parents. The subjects in our study were recruited from the Special Olympics Association. The mission of Special Olympics is to provide sport training and athletic competition in a variety of Olympic-type sports for children and adults with intellectual disabilities, to promote a culture of respect and inclusion through sport. According to previous studies, our data trend from our preliminary data collection for dynamic emotion recognition showed some difficulties in recognizing disgust and sadness. In this slide, you can see the frequent misattributions observed. For example, our sample confused neutral expressions with sadness, while disgust with happiness. According to previous data, in this traditional task used to assess a theory of mind abilities or mental state attribution abilities, we found a poor performance in 90% of the sample. In this slide, you can see that a trend about correlation between parents' emotional distress and the family burden. The parents' emotional distress seems to be associated with low perceived support, higher level of family burden, lower tendency to have a positive attitude towards their sons and daughters. About the family functioning that includes communication skills, individual goals, and problem-solving skills. We found a significant association between problem-solving difficulties and the parents' emotional distress. In this slide, you can see data trend about correlation between social cognition in a subject with Down syndrome and the family functioning. Our findings showed that good social cognition skills in a subject with Down syndrome seem to be associated with good communication skills and personal goals achievement. So, we can conclude that the family represents an important resource. The family environment seems to play an important role in the harmonious development of the subject, representing an important area of assessment and a target for intervention. Therefore, it is very important to support families with high family burden by planning intervention aimed at reducing parents' emotional distress. Thank you all from University of L'Aquila, Italy.
So good morning to everybody. On 2007, Bob Shalok explained the need of adopting the new definition, intellectual disability, according to AAIDD and the World Health Organization pronouncement. Consequently, the new educational intervention must to focus person functioning related to the life context, according to ICF findings. It's also taken into account the concept of support and of personal special needs and the outcomes, obviously. The new definition is more respectful for the dignity of the person with intellectual disabilities. We know that the definition of a person based only on a medical diagnosis is very limited, since it does not allow to address its life project in terms of maximal habilitation and empowerment. So the evolution was to introduce the concept of personal functioning related to the context of life, as resulted according to ICF. In this way, it is possible to recommend institutions providing a real and specific support system. Moreover, considering the new paradigm of quality of life based on the well-known 8 demands, the intervention can fully oriented in order to obtain more satisfaction and improvement of all the aspects of well-being. So these are quality of life demands: physical well-being, emotional well-being, material well-being, personal development, interpersonal relations, self-determination, social inclusion, and rights and empowerment. So we can say what support system is. All resources and strategies which promote individual development, self-determination, interests, well-being, are facilitating outcome realization in regard to one life purpose. So we can say that support system is a bridge between what is and what can be. Support system planning. The person with ID requires support planning, which has to spatial and ongoing in comparison with what needs for general population. Some supports oriented for the functioning in particular context, in case they were eliminated, could lead the person with intellectual disability and ACD to a failure of his life project. A person-centered planning for organizing an efficient support planning, it is necessary to focus on person needs, in particular regarding wishes and requirements, interests, chance, what should we maintain, and what needs to be changed about the actual project of a person. So a multidisciplinary integrated care, it must have an holistic approach. It means taking into account the biologic, psychological, and social aspects of life. A systematic approach, it means regularity and methodological way of intervention. An intensive approach, no scattered intervention, no fragmentation. An assertive approach, care-based propose against also after a refuse and a dropout. So the procedure steps, first of all, assign an educated equipment establishment, a multidisciplinarity presence of psychiatrics for adult, neuropsychiatrics for child, psychologist, social worker, educator, and procedure coordinator. An intra-unit mental health department organization, psychiatric emergency, rehabilitation, pediatric neuropsychiatry, adult mental health service. An inter-institutions assessment amount involved national healthcare system, a public system in Italy, social service, managing institution, school, family, voluntary association, and community. So the project of lights involves the care and the service agreement, first of all, the assessment of the person, general and specific individual outcomes, intervention planning, support planning, follow-up frequency, and outcomes evaluation. The formulation of an individual project of life consists of health treatment plan, follow-up on general and specialized health well-being problems, occupational or job and end-job project, social skills training programs, recreation and social inclusion programs, and parent training. The assessment concerning demography, diagnosis according to DSM-5, ICF, personal outcome scale, preference checklist, support intensity scale, Vineland scale, ABC, SPAG, community informal resources, and institutional formal support list. An integrated and multidisciplinary approach, utilities and advantages, a reduction of intervention fragmentation, covering for the management and organization of the life project, the family, and the person with intellectual disability itself. guarantee that the LIFE project is a person-centered, obtain that the operation and institution work according to evidence-based practice and medicine, and sharing the same ethical principle. So improving quality of life, these are the results. Work is in progress. The new person-centered, strictly oriented approach, excuse me, we can the new person-centered approach, which is strictly oriented to the improvement of quality of life, has been applied since 2012 at the Health Mental Service in Ravenna, in Italy, in more than 200 persons with intellectual disability and ASD, immediately after the transition from childhood to adulthood. A significant increase in satisfaction from ID or ASD persons and their families were observed. Moreover, the existence of this multidisciplinary team produced a significant cultural change in the service itself, and in particular in the community where they live. So in conclusion, a combined education, a multidisciplinary approach with the paradigm of quality of life, a coordination activity leads to the outcomes for the person. So a special thanks to Robert Shalok, talks about the importance of personal outcomes, and a special thanks for you for these opportunities.
Thank you very much, Professor Rocca and Professor Casacchia, for having invited me to take part in such an interesting symposium within the 14th World Congress of the World Association for Psychosocial Rehabilitation. I will focus the issue of psychiatric disorders in persons with intellectual disability and low-functioning autism spectrum disorder in this presentation. I will focus on persons within those with neurodevelopmental disability with major communication and cognitive difficulties, of course. And I want to disclose that I am the author of an assessment tool battery for psychiatric disorders in these persons, and also the leading editor of the World Psychiatric Association Springer textbook titled Psychiatry of Intellectual Disability and Autism Spectrum Disorder. Then I have no other potential conflict of interest to declare. Let's start with the high prevalence of psychiatric disorders in persons with ID and low-functioning autism spectrum disorder. As you can see from this recent, very important study on ASD, the prevalence of psychiatric disorders is on the mean 5.3 higher in ASD than in the general population. There are some specific psychiatric disorders such as obsessive compulsive disorder, or also anxiety disorder or bipolar disorders, which reach particularly relevant rates, such as up to 13 times more than in the general population for OCD, for example. Reviewing all the literature, we can say that up to 42% of those with ID, low functioning ASD, present at least one major psychiatric episode during the lifespan. And when I say at least one, it means that, as you can see in the right part of this slide, a half of these present in reality two different episodes with different characterizations, and 20% up to 3 different episodes. This is for the full range of psychiatric disorders. but mood and anxiety disorders seems to be particularly prevalent in those with intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder. Or at least the reliability, the agreement of across different studies is higher for this disorder than for other psychiatric conditions, as you can see from this slide, where the red bars indicate the range between different studies. So the highest, the largest the bar, the highest the difference between different studies. And this is for, as you can see, post-traumatic stress disorder, and to a major extent for personality disorder, but also ADHD and also eating disorder, as well as somatic disorder or substance-related disorders. Those with a more complex neurodevelopmental condition, such as those who receive a diagnosis of both intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder, present even higher prevalence rates of co-occurrent psychiatric conditions, as you can see in this summary slide, which comes from the studies of Professor Johnny Matson in the US and Professor Elspeth Bradley in Canada mostly, but myself also had replicated this kind of findings. And you can have different findings, results, if you do not consider that those with major communication and cognitive difficulties present psychiatric symptoms in a very different way than those with lower impairment, cognitive impairment, functional impairment, and also, of course, relational and communication impairment. This is the case of this study, for example, where ICD-10 criteria were used for studying the prevalence without any adaptation to this kind of communication and cognitive difficulties. So the risk to underestimate the prevalence in such complexes, neurodevelopmental disorders, is very, very high. Another main issue in the current literature and the current knowledge is the impact of problem behavior on the presentation, the phenomenology, and consequently also the prevalence rate of psychiatric disorders in this kind of patients. As you can see, the literature do not precise it yet the percentage of overlap between complex epiphenomena such as problem behaviors and the underlying presence of psychiatric disorders. But in general, the literature indicates that a higher incidence of psychiatric disorders in persons with intellectual disability and low functioning autism with problem behavior is present than in persons with intellectual disability without problem behaviors. And other scholars indicated that up to a half of problem behaviors probably is associated to some kind of psychiatric disorders, psychiatric condition, as well as other studies indicate that high association between problem behavior and psychiatric disorders is evident. More recently, there are other findings suggesting not that significant correlation between PD and PD, especially for some specific psychiatric disorders such as mood disorders and in particular major depressive disorders. So you understood probably that persons with ID and ASD and major cognitive and communication difficulties present psychiatric disorders in a very different way than the general population and those with mild impairment. And this is a list of the possible reasons for this very different presentation. So intellectual distortion, so a reference to the level of cognitive functioning, which might impact on the presentation, the perception also of the psychic suffering by the person. and communicative distortion, which refers to the level of communicative and social function. Then the developmental appropriateness, which describes the level of emotional and adaptive development of the persons, which might impact, of course, again, on the presentation, and also might pose problem of differential diagnosis. Then we have psychosocial masking, which refers to the interpersonal, cultural, and environmental influences. The diagnostic overshadowing, the difficulty to differentiate between psychiatric symptoms and signs and symptoms of underlying brain damage, for example. So what to attribute to the ID or ASD and what to attribute to the co-occurrence of a psychiatric disorders. And then a typical masked presentation, mostly at behavioral observable level, and the neurovegetative vulnerability. Persons with ID, ASD tend to have a very low threshold of activation of the autonomic system. So they often present as a very first symptoms some kind of neurovegetative dystonia, which has to be taken into consideration. And then the cognitive disintegration. So once we meet a very complex epiphenomenon, such as a problem behavior, for example, aggressivity or positive behavior, we have to exclude the presence of physical health problems, then environmental factors, and then life experiences. And finally, we can consider that this complex epiphenomenon can be an expression of an underlying psychiatric disorders, especially a mood or an anxiety disorder. And the probability that this complex epiphenomenon may express one or more symptoms of a psychiatric symptoms increases at the finding of a higher number of other symptoms of the same syndromic group, of course, as I try to express in this graphic, the consideration of specific factor to evaluate the probability of behavioral equivalence of a determined behavior of one or more symptoms of a psychiatric conditions. I also produced a system of tools to help clinicians to make these distinctions and to support the psychiatric diagnosis in persons with these complex cognitive and communication difficulties. And these tools include this factorial system to assess very specific behavioral equivalence, which includes, as you can see, the syndromic relative weight for each of them, the syndromic specificity, as you can see, anxiety, for example, aggressive behavior or restlessness, agitation are not that specific, and clinical relevance, which indicates the level of semiological importance of an item of symptoms compared to the others that refer to the same symptoms. And I distinguish three classes to differentiate. And then I want to conclude with future perspective, stating that the increasing availability of personal digital devices equipped with sensors might offer new opportunities to continuously and passively measure human behavior in relation to mental health states and psychiatric disorders and environmental context, and may help to increase our diagnostic skills, possibilities, and also our understanding of behavioral symptoms of different psychiatric disorders. But also artificial intelligence represents a promising perspective to a better understanding of phenomenology of psychiatric disorders in these persons, reaching the very individual level. And finally, let me spend a few words to present my new textbook, upon which I've been working for more than 5 years, together with a stellar group of colleagues from across the world, around 120, as you can see. And of course, this book includes all the issues I treated in this short presentation and many others. Thank you again and best wishes for everything.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen Munir, joining from Boston, Massachusetts. Thank you for the invitation to the Symposium on Multidimensional and Multidisciplinary Approaches to Intellectual Developmental Disorders and Autism Spectrum Disorders. It's a pleasure to be with you. I have no commercial conflicts of interest, just research and research training funding from sponsored programs. The learning objectives for this presentation is to discuss the issues related to the confluence of autism spectrum disorder and intellectual disability, also called intellectual developmental disorder, in terms of three areas: epidemiology, diagnostic criteria, and genetics, and in terms of also the variation in ASD psychiatric comorbidity with co-occurrence of IDD. I would look forward to some questions in the future from you, and my email is here listed in this slide. Epidemiology. This national survey data regarding prevalence rates of developmental disabilities in children ages 3 to 17 years diagnosed by selected developmental disabilities, including autism, intellectual disability, other developmental delays, and developmental disability, shows an increase in other developmental delays and developmental disabilities in general, despite efforts for prevention, and also, of course, the increase in the autism spectrum disorder with a sustained level in intellectual disability. The trends in the prevalence of intellectual disability and ASD, cerebral palsy, hearing loss, and vision impairment is depicted in this slide. As you can see, a really profound increase in the level of autism spectrum disorder compared to the other disabilities, again, as reflected in this slide. This is the slide from the US Department of Education data involving number of children, students registered in the individualized educational plans as part of the Disabilities Education Act, which is a mandate for public education in the United States. And as you can see, the intellectual disability rates are decreasing and autism is increasing, and some have called this diagnostic substitution. At the same time, it's very important to note also that other health impairments, including deaf, blindness, developmental delays, and multiple disabilities and orthopedic impairments have increased in children as well. So this slide from the Swedish population study shows that there is no such thing as a socio-economic advantage in autism, and in fact, in autism with intellectual disability, there's a socioeconomic disadvantage, as depicted on this highlighted area of this slide. The diagnostic criteria, this is another second important topic on my presentation, and I would like to emphasize the fact that there is tremendous discordance still in the diagnosis of intellectual developmental disabilities or intellectual developmental disorders between the DSM-5 and the proposed ICD-11. The DSM-5 has in fact accepted the World Health Organization ICD-11 content model, in which I participated, chaired by Dr. Luis Salvador Carula, of which Dr. Marco Bertelli was also a very prominent member. And as a paradigm shift was proposed when the naming of intellectual developmental disorder as a neurodevelopmental condition, onset during a developmental period, with no age of onset and specified, and the IQ scores were essentially abandoned for severity measures and replaced by adaptive functioning, and as DSM-5 emphasized, because it's adaptive functioning that determines need of intervention. And the DSM-5 and American Association of Intellectual Developmental Disorders have had some debate as to the maintenance of the disability construct by the AIDD, but moreover in terms of the question of whether the intellectual impairment and adaptive functioning should be dependent on one another, which DSM-5 proposed, as opposed to not, which AIDD has emphasized. They also introduced the idea that of a developmental age of onset expanding it to age 22 in the new proposal in 2021. On the other hand, as you see on the top of the slide, there is really very minimal discordance in the AST, with the exception of the sensory, minor sensory items between DSM-5 and ICD-11. So the WHO ICD-11 model essentially maintains the severity distinction based on intellectual scores and stratification into mild, moderate, severe, and profound, using standard deviations as noted in this table, but is essentially maintaining intellectual disability and what they have actually acknowledged as being a neurodevelopmental disorder and labeled as intellectual disorder of intellectual development, but essentially fitting it under the bell curve. This situation, of course, comes with the provision that appropriately normed and standardized tests are to be available, and diagnosis of disorders of intellectual development requires reliance on clinical judgment, which I think is understandable. So getting into the distinctions between autism spectrum disorder and intellectual developmental disorder, the DSM-5 AST criterion E is very important in terms of the disturbances are not better explained by IDD or global developmental delay, which is to say that social communication domain in autism should be below that expected for general developmental level, as explained by co-occurrence of intellectual developmental disorder. To what extent the attention is paid to criterion E, and also in terms of the point I make here in item number 3, that the criterion B, adaptive function, which is a social domain out of the 3 domains, conceptual, social, and practical, focusing on the social domain, we would see some overlaps with some of the symptoms of autism, and therefore in relatively young children with global developmental delays, you might see a pull into ASD diagnosis rather than maintenance of an early diagnosis of intellectual developmental disorder, which again is understandable, and that might explain some of the diagnostic substitutional issues that might be going on. Finally, the genetics and variation of ASD psychiatric comorbidity with intellectual disability, I would again emphasize that ASD wins in this area. Funding favors ASD research. ASD research without IDD have been historically overrepresented, although that's changing. And early intensive interventions de-emphasize IDD, seen as greater stigmatizing condition, immutable condition, and so on, which is historically the case based on the stigma that has been ongoing in this population for such a long time. But there was also issues, for example, that nonverbal children with ASD in low resource settings in low income countries might be assigned diagnosis of intellectual developmental disorder, even though their nonverbal intellectual functioning is high. So the bias can work the other way as well. And the final points is that in terms of research, the ADOS and the ADI, which are these standard gold standards for measuring autism, have not been validated in persons with severe to profound intellectual disability, and also that ADOS and ADI availability is limited in low income and low resource settings, particularly in low income countries. This slide shows the genetic crossroads. Essentially, the summary for this slide is that the genetic abnormalities associated with ASD is significantly higher with comorbid intellectual developmental disorders, as you can see on the top row here. And also, genes associated with ASD are often the same genes also associated with IDD. So, and in fact, significant portion of children with ASD without any of the problems that are listed in terms of the top labels here have no genetic abnormality, at least at this point in time. However, I would say that in individuals with autism spectrum disorder, in the higher functioning borderline intellectual range of cognitive functioning, common variation is the sine qua non, whereas in terms of the lower intellectual functioning levels are associated with de novo loss of function mutations, significantly correlated with lower IQ scores in ASD. Higher IQ scores also correlate positively with family history of psychiatric disorders, as depicted in this slide, with also correlated with the psychiatric hospitalization rates in males and females, with family history of bipolar disorder and schizophrenia for males and females, respectively, going up with the full-scale IQ scores going up in this report. The Stockholm Youth Cohort Population Study, a nested sibling comparison study that has been shown in this JAMA report, essentially shows that ASD without IDD was associated with depression by young adulthood. And this was actually substantiated through the Swedish public records that capture clinically diagnosed cases only. And these were about 4,000 diagnosed with ASD, of which 2,900 without intellectual disability and 1,146 with intellectual disability. And you can see a higher elevated rate of depression in the ASD group without intellectual disability. Synapses to behavior, causes of IDD and ASD are highly heterogeneous. Understanding and mitigating the developmental, neurobiological, environmental influences is paramount, and identified mutations converge onto similar or related etiological pathways, and clarifications of the lines of confluence is essentially likely to pay scientific dividends. Studies of sociability, cognitive ability distinction, for example, and also to emphasize early intervention services ought to be initiated at the time of first concern for both ASD and global developmental delay. And that, in fact, the research and service bias differentially favors ASD, and parents seek out ASD diagnosis to secure better services. And therefore, it's very important that we need to pay attention to reduce disparities in services exacerbated by social disadvantage, and also parental awareness that needs to be increased, particularly in low resource and low income country settings. Early service provision ought to therefore emphasize needs over classification. Finally, current view is that the IDD is a comorbid independent condition and linked as a specifier in the classification in DSM-5, and unrelated somehow in etiology and causality with ASD itself. Now, given the heterogeneous perspectives that I have emphasized here, one cannot make this argument completely. Recent advances in developmental neuroscience highlight also the importance of early exposure to social experiences for cognitive development itself, as supporting an alternative view that intellectual developmental disorders in ASD might emerge because of severe social communication deficits on the experience-dependent mechanisms underlying neurocognitive development itself. So according to this view, children with greater ASD severity at an initial assessment are therefore more likely to present with poorer cognitive outcomes at a later assessment, irrespective of initial cognitive level. So ASD symptom severity contributes to the extent to which the environmental input required to support typical brain development can be processed, and the risk of developing IDD increases as the severity of ASD social communicative impairments increase. So intellectual disability, intellectual developmental disorders, speech impairment are important measures of predictors of outcome in ASD, but the ASD severity itself, irrespective of initial cognitive level, needs to be also taken into consideration in the measures of outcome, in terms particularly of the children's ability to learn, and also in terms of the severe social communication deficits leading to these limitations in the experience-dependent mechanisms underlying neurocognitive development. Thank you very much. and have a great meeting.
Good morning. My name is Sara Vaghi. I work for a social enterprise based in Milan, Italy, and I'm head of HR. I've been invited by Dr. Rocca to this conference, and I would like to thank him very much for this opportunity. I was asked to talk about Day Life Apps, a project we have developed in these last 2 years in our company. Learning objectives of this project are to create new paths to promote the use of digital devices in social services, how to promote the use with fragile people, for example, disabled or people in need, or young students in school. We think that a tailored approach built around users' needs could be a good path to go on when we talk about digital transformation. During the pandemic emergency, we have experienced to move all our services online and went on assisting and working with all our people. This experience which gave the impulse to create these new paths to promote the use of digital devices in a tailored way built around the needs of our service users. The aim was to create a set of educational apps. The project we made impacts on 300 users belonging to our services and is developed with the support of NITI social enterprise and our team of key users, which are professional educators allowed to spend time to find new ways to deliver services. Our aim was to create this set of educational power apps to improve communication, interaction, and goal tasks in everyday life in accordance to their individual educational plan. So we are talking about improving communication, create occasions of interaction between the users and the caregivers through digital devices to reach goal tasks in everyday life in accordance to a user's education and individual plan. Our aim to create this set of educational power apps to improve communication, interaction, and goal tasks in everyday life in accordance to individual educational plan was based on our experience of already being utilization of personal interaction agendas, CAA, augmentative alternative communication, caregiver and parent training. The project is impacting on different services, day centers, social educational centers, autonomy training services, school and home educational assistance for disabled people, autonomy training services, school and home educational assistance for disabled people in development age and adult. We have many types of disability. We are working with intellectual, sensory, mental, and multiple. To reach this aim to create a set of educational apps, we have worked with a NITI engineer, professional educators, and we have analyzed the user's needs through a semi-structured interview with the creation of a flow chart that was the basis to create a customized app. Semi-structured interviews with the ET managed engineer on the basis of a flowchart to understand the content, the expectation, and the needs underlying the construction of the costume app. Each app is designed for specific users and to develop or stimulate a specific skill. Power Apps is a suite of apps, services, and connector, as well as data platform that provides a rapid development environment for building costume. Based on user needs. With Power Apps, we can quickly build costume apps that connect to data stored in the underlying data platforms. Today, on the Power App sites, we have several ideas which are clearly represented in these icons. We have worked on Jukebox, which is a collection playlist of images linked to audio-video files to facilitate the user's choice to listen to their favorite songs or videos on their own. We have worked on tutorials, a container of tutorials for learning everything from simple household skills to instrument lessons. We have worked on reading stories, ability to listen to stories with images that change in line with the story's progress. We have worked on puzzles, possibility of creating simple stories by choosing images divided into categories, which can be places, protagonists, objects, basic emotions, basic verbs, possible integration also with CAA symbols, alternative communication, augmentative. We have worked also on kits, simple multi-choice questions through images to develop simple question-answer activities with recreational purpose, development of neuropsychological skills, and connection to reality. We have worked on didactic games, simple games for the acquisition of simple basic skills, reading, writing, quantity. We have many prototype apps ready to test and to use on the devices, as cooking. So it is a tutorial how to cook a simple recipe from the beginning to the end by cooking and eating. And then we have a simple app which is called Emotion Meter, which works on all the which the purpose is to work on very simple images that represent the state of the emotion of the users and its needs. The important point on which we have worked and what we have developed and learned in these 2 years on this project is the impact of digital innovation in the relationship between the caregiver and the user, and what all the type of services in which we work can improve, and what kind of training is needed for the insiders are working in. And our conclusion is to underline the importance and the role of a variety staff to improve a tailor-made and structured take care of people, collaboration between different professionals for a complete look at the user and to enrich the individualized assignment plan. If we look at this simple image and we put at the center the user and his needs, and we work with several professionals, from the ET engineer to the caregiver, the graphic designer, family, social assistants, doctors or psychologists, We understand the importance of the variety of the staff to have a complete look at the user and to enrich the individualized assignment plan. Thank you very much for listening to me. You can find all reference about this project on Solaris Onlus Social Enterprise Italy with the support of TechSoup Italy, which is, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you to all speakers. Very good presentation that I think highlighted a very unknown, we could say, area, the area about intellectual disability. So I should like to ask to every speaker if you got comments on presentations of other authors, if you got, we don't have any question, I think, because, you know, there are so many symposium. I think it's very hard to collect answer from participants. But if you should like to say a couple of words about your presentation or comment presentation of other speakers, please do it.
Yes, Rita, thank you very much. I would take the opportunity to underline two relevant concepts I've captured from all the presentation. The first is the importance of the interdisciplinary approach for the mental health issues of persons with intellectual disability, autism, and other neurodevelopmental disorders in general. I think this is a very, very important one. And the second is the reduction of the distance between neurodevelopmental disorders and traditional psychiatric disorders. Through the neurodevelopmental approach and the increasing knowledge that all mental health issues share risk factors and etiopathogenetic factors, which are linked to the maturation of the neurons, their migration towards the future position within the complex network of the brain. And these, of course, at both micro and micro level, which means the connectopathy or synaptopathy, which are shared by all mental health issues. I think this is a very another important point which came out from all these presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. We'll say more. Well, I appreciate so much that there are so many field of research in this area. You know, it was really, I would say, unknown until 20 years ago, perhaps, less so. And now I appreciate that there are so many development also in the IT field, you know. Very nice, this app that you developed. I think that was the pandemic the good inspiration for your project, Sarah.
Yes, thank you for asking me this. I think like before the pandemic, the digital development was only a project for our social enterprise. And the pandemic has been, at the end, a very important opportunity to try really, really different paths. And converting all our services online in such a very strict time and with very little instruments has been a field for a very creative reaction. And this work that came out after was very important for the practice of our work as educators. Thank you.
Very, very, very good. I appreciate Tiziana. Would you like to add something to what you already said?
Io parlo in italiano, poi Marco che è molto più bravo di me. Allora, io ho presentato un modello, è un modello di lavoro multidisciplinare all'interno di una organizzazione di salute mentale. Sono esperienze che in Italia sono iniziate da diversi anni, sono però ancora non a sistema, sono a macchia di leopardo, ma producono dei risultati veramente molto significativi. Come dicevo, rispetto alla soddisfazione delle persone perché riescono ad avere un progetto di vita ritagliato in maniera sartoriale sui loro bisogni e sulle loro preferenze. Abbiamo degli strumenti di assessment molto moderni ed innovativi. Quello che sicuramente ci auguriamo è di avere delle risorse, maggiori risorse nel sistema pubblico per poter seguire le persone con disabilità intellettive ed autismo con questi modelli che sono modelli veramente indicati da tutta la letteratura scientifica nel merito. Grazie.
Grazie. Marco, would you translate or can I do it? But it's okay. It was your task now. Microphone, please.
Yeah, sorry. Dr. really underlined another important point which came out from our presentation, which is the person-centered approach as an outcome measures, but also as a reference for the very initial assessment of the person's need. Within a person-centered outcome measures, quality of life is of course one of the most important, and Dr. Greeley within her work context already tried to apply to the everyday practice this new fundamental approach with very interesting and promising results, outcomes. Of course, she said that the process has just begun.
At the beginning.
It's only initial, but very promising. Yes.
Very promising and unlucky. It's not really disseminated in all Italy. So we have to thank Tiziana Grilli because she's working in a field in which most of mental health departments are not involved, really. So very good job. I would ask also to Professor Giusti, because when we are working in the same equipe, so I know that you are so interested about social cognition. So what, in 2 words, what we can say about social cognition for this kind of population?
Thanks, Prof. Roncone. Our study is enough innovative because social cognition and family functioning represents the 2 variables underexplored in this population with Down syndrome. It's very important to plan intervention according to multidisciplinary approach. I'm very agree with Professor Bertelli. Our project is in progress.
I know.
Okay. We found some resistance from parents of children of adults with Down syndrome. This is a problem for actually for our project. But
well, we will improve anyway. We will improve also in case inclusions. Okay. Do you have any question? Do you have any further comments? No, I think we can thank all the speakers for the very, very good presentation, for the inspiration in this area. And I think that we gave a good contribution, meaning that I too, I have to say, I knew very little before in my group, a couple of people decided they wanted to be involved in this kind of research. So, so hope the participant will appreciate your effort. Okay, so thank you very much. Have a nice day. Thank you for the attention of all participants and to the Congress organization. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Professor.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody, according to where you are in this moment. My name is Barbara D'Avanzo, and I'm from Milan. I work in the Mario Negri Institute for Pharmacological Research in the field of evaluation of quality of care and interventions. This symposium will deal with the opinions, experiences, and well-being of professionals during the pandemic. Let me share a few slides to introduce the topic. The speakers are myself, Paolo Macchia unfortunately couldn't join us, Lorenzo Magliano, Filippo Rapesarda, and Gabriele Rocca, whom I will introduce better later. We think that this symposium may have a general interest and also a learning interest, because it might help to assess difficulties and stress of mental health workers in front of COVID-19 pandemic and connected change, but also to look at the present challenge in view of the future improvements and possibilities which might stem from this, and to value and reflect on the direct experience of opinion and opinions of professionals. COVID-19 and society, we have spoken and we have been hearing since the beginning of the pandemic of social distancing as a device which was actually necessary to take the pandemic under control. Of course, this produced problems for the community, for the life, social life, and the community, but we might distinguish between social closeness and physical distancing. So the term social distancing was a misleading one, and I think that that was really a physical distancing to be realized in the community, which could only be counteracted by social closeness, which is more or less something we can demonstrate. COVID-19 was a phenomenon without any previous experience like this. So it was a trauma for the population and for the individuals, for some individuals more than for others. But also it prompted resilience in the population and in individuals. It widened social differences. This was defined as endemic. So where there are risk factors for one condition, there another condition finds a very fertile ground. So these advantages go together, and this widen social differences and inequalities. But it can also offer new perspective on life, society, work, services. You might remember how it was common to hear that we would have been able to start in a different way. Nobody knows if this will be possible, but actually we all had a new glance, a new look on our life and on our way of living together. It has also challenged trust in institutions. There was a very strict relationship between institutions and people just in the very first phase of the pandemic, because we never received such strong indications of behavior in the community, personal behavior, like in that period. Italy, as most of you might know, Italy was the first country in Europe to face COVID-19, to have the first case and to have even also the first death. And the response was very quick and consisted of a very strict lockdown. At present, at the end of November, the confirmed number of cases was about 5 million on a total population of 60 million. And we had more than 300,000 deaths. The lockdown made all the activities, all the social activities stop, more or less, except the very necessary ones. And the activities in health sectors were not an exception. They did not stop, of course, but they were markedly reduced. And mental health also was affected by this lockdown. From a few documents we have, we know that about 80% of day center closed. Community mental health center reduced their activities of about 20-30%, about 15%. Sorry. Can you see it? 15% of the acute wards were transformed into COVID-19 wards, with a loss of about 30% of beds. Mental health workers were sometimes moved to other wards, the COVID-19 wards, and those who left, which were anyway the majority, were committed in controlling the pandemic, but also in taking care of patients in conditions never experienced before. So it was important for us, for all of us, to listen to their voices as directly as possible, including not only listening to voices not only of ordinary mental health workers, but also peer workers, but also to have precise assess of their well-being. Well, after this general introduction, I want to introduce Dr. Magliano, Professor Magliano in particular. Besides being my friend, she is, first of all, Associate Professor of Psychiatry at the Department of Psychology of the University of Campania, Luigi Vanvitelli in Caserta, Italy. She has a long research experience in development on psychosocial interventions for severe mental disorders and their implementation in ordinary settings. Assessment of stigma associated with mental disorders and evaluation of burden of care in mental and physical disorders and developments and of assessment tools. Lorenza will speak of a survey conducted in collaboration with the mental health services of the Friuli Venezia Giulia, which is an Italian region in the north of Italy. And please, Lorenza, I leave the floor to you.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you, Dr. Barbara D'Avanzo, for having invited me to contribute to this symposium with the study. Just a moment, and I will share my slides. Is it okay? Is it visible? Okay, perfect. So in my, just a moment, I just move this one. Okay. So in my brief contribution, I will talk about a study, and I will present preliminary results of a study aiming at investigating the opinions of community mental health service staff on positive change, so the aspects concerning the COVID as an opportunity, positive change in practices and relationship with users after 1 year of the pandemic in Italy. And my speech is on behalf of the whole working group, which also include colleagues from the mental health departments of Trieste and a colleague from my department of psychology. We worked in Caserta, a small town close to Naples in southern Italy. According to the rules of the Congress, before starting with presenting my data, I have to declare that no one of the authors has a financial or otherwise competing interest to declare for this study. Well, the learning objective I will try to discuss briefly with you are in line with the slides and the objective presented by Dr. D'Avanzo in her presentation. And in particular, I will try to examine the effect of the pandemic by looking at the positive change rather than the negative impact that obviously this phenomenon has had on the society and also on the services. And we will investigate and we will discuss the COVID as an opportunity after 1 year from its beginning. So data will refer to March of the current year. And our aim and the aim of the study was also to generate or to contribute to a more balanced understanding of the pandemic's impact on the services, trying to balancing the negative effects. Dr. D'Avanzo presented in the slides the data concerning the closure of many activities. And what is the opportunity to change some practice in Italian mental health services? The objective is also to provide potentially useful data for planning mental health services in the pandemic era that, of course, has not already completed. Just to refer to Dr. D'Avanzo information and comments in the early phase of this symposium, I just want to say that in the early phase of the pandemic, research in Italy, but also in the rest of the world, shown an increase of mental health problems in general population, especially studied in the first 2-3 months from the beginning of the pandemic, where the effect was a shock for many people. Negative effects on mental health services, both in terms of provision of activities, but also the negative effects on the organization of the services. Clinical worsening and increased social isolation in persons with mental disorders, especially those who had a lower level of personal and social functioning, and a condition of stress and burnout among the staff. While many research has examined and has explored in Italy and, for example, in UK, especially in UK, the negative effects of the pandemic of the services, few attention was paid on the potential beneficial effects that pandemic may have on the services. Moreover, more studies have been conducted at the beginning of the pandemic, where the capacity to cope with this, such an incredible phenomenon was more emotion-oriented than problem-solving planned. So the coping strategies of the people and of the staff was early coping mechanism. Was based on early coping mechanism. However, the fact that most study has been carried out in the early phase of the pandemic perhaps have led to an underestimation of the role of the adaptive mechanism, both in the staff and in the people. And I would say that the underestimation of the resilience was also in the society. The aim of our study was exactly to explore views of community mental health service staff regarding beneficial change in service practices and in service organization, and also in the relationship between the staff and the users during the first year of the pandemic in Italy. This is the first part, the first phase of the study, and in particular I will present some part of preliminary results. The study design was included the early phase to be run in the Trieste and Gorizia mental health services, which is a very quite known services strongly oriented in community care. The data were collected in two phases. Early phase from September to December, when the working group collaborated to develop a questionnaire based on the experience of stakeholders from the services, from the families, from the social organizations and the staff in Trieste. After the development of the questionnaire, we use a participatory methods to develop the items. We collected online data from February to March 21, so at 1 year from the beginning of the first lockdown in my country. And the study was for the staff of the mental health services, but also for the staff working in the third sector, so social enterprises mainly, that working in synergy with the mental health service staff. We developed, using a participatory research methodology, a self-reported questionnaire including 30 items. These items were grouped in 5 dimensions that have been confirmed by confirmatory factorial analysis. And in particular, the 30 items explored the acknowledgement of users' capabilities by the staff, the awareness and the value of teamwork, the capacity of the service to be flexible and to reinvent the activities according to the pandemic needs, the maintenance and introduction of best practices, and the last item was a global acknowledgement of the positive aspects in the pandemic experience. Of course, each of these subscales refer to the experience of the staff, and for each item there is a 6-level rating scale from not really true to really true. A total of 146 staff from the community services and from the third sector participated in the study. These participants were mainly nursing staff and psychosocial staff, so rehabilitator and other participants, other staff working in the community, while 15% were clinical staff, so psychologists and psychiatrists. There were people working for on average of 13 years in mental health field, so they had quite a long experience, that in most cases working in community center or in social cooperatives. But just move to the results. Well, these are some of the item of each of the subscale, not all the item, but just the item with the higher percentage of agreement on the highest score, so true and really true. And we found, for example, in terms of acknowledgement of user capabilities, that more than half of the sample, 59% of staff, stated that during the pandemic, the asterisk is during the pandemic, they discovered personal resources in users that they did not believe they had. So there is a discovery of resources, even in professional working with people for a long time. But if you look at the awareness and value of teamwork, 79% of the staff stated that they realized the importance of a simple gesture like drinking coffee together, hugging each other, so the gesture that make the quotidianity in the services. Or particularly high are the percentage of those who stated that they reinvented the way of working in line with government mandates, or that they felt able to mediate between users' demands and the procedure needed to work safely, that in most cases still are used in the services in Italy after 2 years now. Moreover, the aspects like the information to users were shared by 92% of the staff, or the increase of the care in terms of cleanliness of the environment, or the increase of phone contact with users. But I just want to say, and I complete my presentation, that 60% of staff, despite the difficulties, stated that they found some positive in the pandemic experience. So just to complete, I want to say that this preliminary research highlighted that in a community-oriented mental health service, which is a common service in Italy, the pandemic represents also an opportunity to change practice and to improve, to change the meaning of the of the team work, and also had a positive effect, at least 1 year, and this preliminary data, on the relationship between professionals and users and within the team. In case you want to consider this data as interested, you may consider these references. The last one is the first paper we have produced, which include all data, not only the initial data, and that we will share with you as you like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Magliano, for the interesting and very clear presentation. I now introduce the study which Dr. Rocca and I have conducted and now are presenting. Gabriele Rocca is a psychiatrist and psychotherapist. He actively participated to the Italian psychiatric reform, and then he directed the Corveri Institute for 10 years, which was an important institute for people with different types of disabilities. Since many years, he has been teaching at the postgraduate schools of psychotherapy in Padua and in Milan. He is currently the president-elect of WAPR. His video will be presented after my short introduction. Our presentation is entitled Mental Health Professionals and Experts by Experience in the Pandemic. Actually, since Paolo Macchia could not join us, we are not presenting the survey conducted on experts by experience. We had an online survey. There were two, but one is not presented in this setting. We have developed two companion questionnaires investigating very simple social demographic characteristics, type of professionals, and setting where they were working. And then we went straight to feelings and worries about the situation, opinions in relationship to the new organization the service had to give itself, and possible alternatives and suggestions for the future, even after the pandemic would have been over. How were the professionals recruited? Well, consider that we had to prepare all this, implement this survey very quickly. The lockdown started on the 11th March 2020, and in April we had the questionnaire ready to be disseminated. So WAPR members developed the question. Members of the board developed the questionnaire and involved the services where they were working at the time, and all the services they had contacts with. A total of 1,046 professionals from several public and sector services in the period between April 28th and May 31 were responded answer to the questionnaires. After this, we developed a companion questionnaire which overlapped for some aspects with the health professionals items, and others were different, which was administered by researcher peer workers to other peer workers. We hope there will be another opportunity to present this data and to merge to compare the findings from one a survey with the results of the other. Type of professionals we could recruit or who answered to our questionnaire. We had in the sample the 25% were nurses, occupational therapists and educators 23, physician 19, other staff 11%, psychologists were 11%, social workers 5%, and peer workers who were asked to answer also to this questionnaire were 2%. If we compare the percentage, the proportions of this type of these professionals with the real composition of the staff in the mental health services, we see that we had less nurses or more occupational therapists and educators than the proportion actually working in the mental health services. Exactly the same proportion of physicians and other health staff, and a little bit more psychologists than in general in the mental health services. Sorry, you have these words in Italian. We had much more women than men. The most prevalent age age class was 46, 60 years. Not a very young population we have to say. If we consider also more than 100 people over 60, we can say that this was not a young population. Unfortunately, we do not have the figures of the age classes of the professionals working in mental health services in reality. Well, now we have the findings presented in the video by Dr. Rocca. Thank you.
My colleague and friend Barbara D'Avanzo presented the questionnaire realized by the Italian branch of WAPR during the first phase of COVID-19 pandemic. This questionnaire consisting of 8 multiple choice questions. Now, I'll present the results of this questionnaire, discussing every single question and the more frequent answers. The question, the 8 multiple choice questions, and then question by question. Problematic aspects. Staff reported to be worried for their families and their own health, and they were similarly worried not to be able to offer adequate support to the people with most severe conditions. More negative aspects or answer phrased in a more negative way, like to feel not to be useful enough or to stand the worry for some severe users, were less frequent. The change deemed most useful was delivering continuous online support through communication technologies. This might include 2 different meanings: the ability not to leave users alone, and the introduction of communication technology as a new professional skill, a new skill. With reference to what could be done to better cope with the lockdown, respondents identified the ability to adapt activities according to specific characteristics of each service, whereas hiring new personnel was the option less frequently selected. In implementing the lockdown, respondents regretted lack of attention to the specific conditions of each service or type of setting. Well, very significant, I think, is the subjective experience of professionals. Despite the difficult working conditions, they thought that there could be some positive outcomes. Their feeling was characterized by a general positive attitude, with 30% feeling useful and only 2% answering they were afraid not to do it. Changes for the future. Professionals confirmed their interest in new forms of communication and relationships, and at the same time, they suggested identifying work objectives with greater accuracy. Perhaps the organization crisis due to the pandemic has highlighted the need for a transformative process. Change in the relationship. More than half of the professionals think the relationship has changed with the users, or at least with a part of them. The work is characterized by an aspect of novelty and uncertainty. Type of change. For 32% of respondents, the relationship was free from aspects linked to the routine. we could say that uncertainty can allow an evolution toward autonomy, because certainty often means chronicity. Not infrequently, a professional who has had in charge a severe user for many years may not recognize the signs of a possible evolution that come from the user. The pandemic has forced change on both professional and user. And then, the last question, consequences of reducing activity. People living alone seem to be those who suffered the most from the reduction of activities, whereas those with psychotic symptoms seem to suffer less. So professionals value a social aspect more than a clinical one. Conclusions. Professionals appreciate a wider and consolidated use of communication technology, and that can be seen as a need for change and optimization of activities within the psychiatric services. Some aspects, like a wide and regular adoption of communication technologies, can be easily realized, and mixed strategies, in person and online, should be implemented according to users' needs and preferences. But we must be aware that qualifying aspects of psychiatric activity, such as long-term care or regular monitoring of psychophysical conditions, cannot be separated from clinical interventions in presence. Another issue. The discontinuity in the usual way of working, together with the highly reduced amount of means, resources, and opportunities, may have facilitated the assumption of a new perspective and a new definition of what really matters for the person. Consequently, a more careful and less predefined and more individually tailored identification of aims and interventions require a change in mentality, involving attention to the quality more than the quality of interventions. The adoption of evidence-based interventions may not be sufficient if they become a standardized answer given in a standardized and not personalized way. Loneliness. Much more than the diagnosis, users' loneliness emerged as a reason for concern. Users living alone were seen as those at higher risk to suffer from the lockdown. Social isolation not only contributes to worse physical and mental health directly, but could also expose to a higher risk of abuse and traumas. In a population like mental health service users, with physical health poorer than in general population, reduced care may produce serious consequences. Finally, our knowledge of the impact of the pandemic on mental health services is insufficient, and therefore we need further studies that use objective process and outcome indicators, and that also involve users and family members.
Okay, let me introduce Dr. Filippo Rappisarda now. He's a clinical psychologist operating in Italy and a postdoctoral fellow at the Centre de Recherche de l'Institut Universitaire en Santé Mentale de Montréal in Canada. His field of research is focused on the analysis and evaluation of services that deal with the mental health of adults, with a focus on the psychological aspects of workers and professionals in service workers and professional. Filippo will present a study conducted with a different approach and different aims compared to the two studies where we have just presented. So we have a different perspective on the situation of mental health worker experience. Please, Filippo.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. D'Avanzo. Let me share my screen. Okay. Sorry. Okay, let's start. Good afternoon. Today I will present some data that have been partially published, and more results will be published in the next months about the psychological distress of mental health workers during the early stage of the COVID-19 pandemic in Italy. The research findings converge and indicate an overall increase in anxious, depressive symptoms in healthcare staff during the COVID-19 pandemic. And two main determinants of distress in healthcare workers were assessed in the literature. The fear of contracting COVID-19 that increased mental health symptoms in healthcare staff, but also in mental health care staff, and the change in task setting and team composition, which increased the level of burnout. Our research scope was to describe the impact of the pandemic on the mental health personnel in the Italian region of Lombardy by assessing the levels of burnout, anxiety, and depression. So the first aim, the first scope is purely descriptive. The second aim was to investigate, to explore the relationship between the dimension of psychological distress and their determinants. We conducted an online survey in the early stage of the first COVID wave in Italy, approximately in April and May 2020. We use a snowball sampling. That means that we sent the invitation to participate to the service to clinical leaders and unit directors, asking them to spread the survey link to their within their professional networks. And the process iterates until we reach the representative sample. Participants were mental health workers from public, private, and non-profit services in the Lombardy region of Italy, which is one of the larger regions in Italy that was particularly affected by the pandemic in the early stages. The survey was composed by several sections, some ad hoc questions in which we collected socio-demographic and professional role information, and some COVID-19 specific items that were inspired by the literature. Especially, we asked some items about the perceived fear of virus transmission at work, so the perceived probability of contracting COVID or transmitting COVID to the users. We also used the emotional exhaustion and the personalization scale of the Maslow burnout inventory to assess burnout, and also the GAD-7, the PHQ-9, instruments that we use to assess anxious and depressive symptoms. We also added an open-ended question to collect self-reported occupational difficulties. We asked what are the main challenges that you'll be facing at work in the last 4 weeks. And we developed a coding system designed to code each single answer using multiple thematic codes. And we grouped the code in different thematic areas, for example, organizational support, job design, perception of the increase in the quality of mental health care. I will show you later in the result the specific codes. So our final sample was composed by 241 participants. 2/3 of the participants worked in outpatient services. Most of them were female with a university degree. Psychologists and counselors were the most represented professional categories. I would say overrepresented categories in our sample compared to the standard of care, but also medical doctors, psychiatrists, nurses, and social workers were also adequately represented. We also had a small but significant percentage of peer supporters filling in the questionnaire. Most of the participants worked only with older users in public services or non-profit or services run by non-profit organizations, because in Italy and in Lombardy, a large part of rehabilitational services are run by non-profit organizations. In outpatient services, staff reported an overall decrease in the workload, which is coherent with the statistics that my colleagues presented, and a significant amount of work shifted towards remote contact with the users and the clients. In inpatient settings, the workload increased, and most of the activities continued relying only on direct contact with users because there was no possibility of remote working, which implied more concerns regarding the infection. So people working in inpatient settings were more concerned about infection. And protective equipment like face masks and sanitation gels and so on were present in most of cases, but around 20% of people were reported also some shortage of protective equipment. 1 in 3 workers experiences severe levels of burnout. Here we present only percentage of severe levels of psychological distress. And the personalization was the most frequent sign of psychological distress. The personalization means feeling of detachment at work. So it could be a serious concern for people working in human services. And lower level of depression and anxiety was evaluated in the overall sample. And the most frequent symptoms reported by our participants was a combination of tension and tiredness. So very mild mental health symptoms. Anxiety was higher, was statistically significantly higher in inpatient settings. So we asked what are the main difficulties that you have been challenging, you have been facing during the stage of the pandemic. And job design and deterioration of quality of care were the most common self-reported difficulties among workers, especially the interruption of activities and the worsening of clinical alliance was some issues that were frequently reported by our participants. And respecting safety norms, teamwork and group climate, also work-life balance, were less frequently reported. It means that were not experienced as a frequent difficulties by participants. Finally, we attempt to build a conceptual model creating connection between variables using a path analysis technique. This model could be useful for observing the relative effect that each determinant has on each outcome variables. And the fear of COVID-19 and burnout determined common mental health symptoms. So common mental health symptoms could be considered as a longer-term consequence of concern of COVID and burnout signs. And with organizational factors that are role in increasing fear of COVID and burnout signs, organizational factors such as working in inpatient settings or lack of protectional equipment. And with the exception of lack of organizational support, no self-reported sources of difficulties has a significant role in the model, because we included in the model the teams that were coded in the open-ended question, but only lack of organizational support had a role in it. So in our sample, severe level of depersonalization were more frequent than emotional exhaustion. And we can hypothesize that protective procedure, fear of infection, and remote work might have a role in fostering feeling of detachment from clients. The personalization doesn't overlap too much with anxious or depressive disorder, so it's not a clinical reaction, a mental health reaction, and may be considered as a defensive psychological mechanism to cope with the fear of infection and with the overall stress. And burnout could be considered as a short-term consequence of stress that precedes and determines anxious depressive symptoms. It is mildly determined by fear of COVID and perceived lack of organizational support. Interestingly, change in task procedure and workload was reported as a subjective challenge, but didn't have a statistical association with distress. Fear of COVID contagion is a pandemic-specific factor of distress that can have both a direct effect on mental health and burnout. And it is also mildly influenced by contextual factors that should be taken into account. So thank you for your attention. Some of the results have been already published in our previous article, but for further information or interest in the research, you can contact me at the following links. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Filippo, for your presentation. I think we do not have questions from the audience. I haven't received any. So, of course, the two of you are free of asking questions each other, or make some comments or add something to your presentations. I have a question for Lorenza, a very simple one, actually. What differences and what similarities you perceive between the findings of the study Dr. Rocca and I have presented, and the findings of your study, considering that they took place in 2 different. And for Filippo, if I'm not, I'm just asking a clarification. If I'm not wrong, COVID-19 distress related to the situation was more attributable to fear of the pandemic. So it was more related to a general factor than to the challenges posed by the change in the way of working in the services. If I'm correct, can you comment about this or just correct me? But if you have questions and comments, feel free to add something. I think we have a few minutes to discuss. Lorenza.
Yeah. Thank you for your question. Yeah, we found several similarities with your data that we commented when we commented the whole sample we collected. And in particular, for example, aspects like the more frequent use of digital device, so contact at distance, in any way that you, if I remember well, is about 32 or 33% in the slides presented by Dr. Rocca. That was considered as useful for the in terms of digital training for the people in my study, in our study as well, and was our percentage was on average higher than yours, but in the same trend, with the same trend. Perhaps the difference was the adaptation that staff had after 1 year of COVID, and that's the reason we want now to launch the study at 2 years and at a national level. We expected that such positive results we had, perhaps now with the tiredness, the hopelessness that the situation would be completely overcome in a few months would, in our hypothesis, would reduce the optimistic change we found in Trieste at 1 year. And may I ask to Dr. Rapisarda one question was concerning the path analysis. I saw that in the left part of the slides you mentioned the inpatient. Yeah, setting inpatient doesn't mean that you excluded from the analysis those working in the community. So this is a part of, or perhaps I do not understand. If you could please clarify setting.
Okay.
Thank
yes,
you.
Thank you. I think that your question it could also be grouped with the Barbara D'Avanzo question, because path analysis could be a little bit complicated. The setting inpatient variable is a dummy variable, so
okay. Yes, no. So
a couple of dummy variable with inpatient or outpatient setting.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean that we excluded, but in the regression model, we find a significant effect of working in an inpatient. So it's a binary dummy variable in the model. And coming back to what Barbara D'Avanzo asked, yes, we could here. We could say that fear of COVID-19 could have a role both on common mental health symptoms, so in a direct way, and probably that's because that's more linked to a general anxiety level, but also could have a role on burnout sign, and so having a more complex effect. Because if burnout increased, it also increased the probability of rising mental health symptoms. Coming back from the determinants, it's true, we find few determinants and none of them was related to the way of working. So in the model we attempt to include several variables that basically all the variables that we presented before, like the workload or the working remotely or directly in contact with users. but the variables were not statistically significant. Of course, that would mean that probably the job design issues, so with job design I mean everything related to the task and the quality of the working procedure, that could mean that probably could be less, had a less influence in our specific sample, but I must admit that we are replicated the same research to a group of workers in Canada, and we are finding the same results and a very similar model. So probably fear of COVID-19 is the key variable in explaining burnout and mental symptoms. But probably we should better investigate what determines the fear of COVID-19 in workers, and the answer could be more complex, because probably personal and organizational factors may have a role, but not necessarily linked to job design and workload.
Thank you to both of you. I think this comment have added something. I find it interesting. I think we might close. We are more or less in time. So many thanks for this, for the suggestions for future research. COVID-19 is not over, and it also showed many phases, many sides, many peculiarities, and so there is a lot to work and a lot to learn from this experience with the right approach and spirit. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
So hello everyone. This is the symposium where we will talk about mental health interventions worldwide in refugee contexts, and we're really happy to have here speakers who will be able to cover this important theme comprehensively. So first, I would like to introduce Dr. Peter Ventevogel, who is a psychiatrist and a medical anthropologist. He is also the senior mental health officer with UNHCR, the Refugee Agency of the United Nations, and he has worked for many years in mental health interventions worldwide. I will just specifically mention that I was really moved to read your doctoral dissertation about the borderlands of mental health. And this is really important piece because it covers a whole range of different subjects from a culturally relevant perspective, which is really important. So, Peter, Dr. Ventevogel, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Ventevogel, and I'm working with UNHCR, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. And I would like to tell you a little bit in the next 10-12 minutes about how mental health and psychosocial support has become part of humanitarian responses worldwide. The tool we use in humanitarian work to plan for MHPSS services is this guidance that you see here, the IESC guidelines of 2007. I will not go into detail, but what is important is this pyramid of multi-layered services. I will explain that in a minute in more detail, but basically it symbolizes that in order to improve the mental health and psychosocial well-being of people in humanitarian settings, you need to do things at multiple levels, ranging from clinical services for a few to focused, non-specialized support by task-shifting approaches, for example, to others, to strengthening what people can do themselves within community and family settings, up to including basic psychosocial considerations in general provision of aid. To illustrate that first layer of actually integrating using social considerations in humanitarian work, I just want to show you a picture of two recently established refugee camps in Sudan. I was there in April and May, and you see two refugee camps, the one on top, Tunaitba, very new refugee camp, as you can see. All houses are very well lined up, as if it is an ancient Roman army camp. And the one below, Umarakuba, which was slightly older because this is largely self-settled. So the refugees came there before the humanitarian workers had their act together, and they were given tents, as you can see, but it's largely organized by refugees themselves, which gives a somewhat disorganized impression. Now the question is, which is the better camp? And that depends on how you look at it. From a site planning perspective, Tunaitba is better, more controllable, better spaced out. From a social perspective, and from the perspective of the beneficiaries, of the refugees, most likely the one below is the better one, because this is where you can see tents are grouped in logical ways, where people want to be together with an open space in the middle so children can be there, women can feel safe. So what you see here is that if you integrate psychosocial considerations in camp planning, for example by having refugees making choices about what they want, you will create a better social environment which has an effect on well-being. Now this second layer of how to help people help themselves, this can be done in many different ways. A very well known example is psychological first aid, the tool that you see here being translated in very many languages. You can train community leaders, teachers, women's groups in the basics of how to help another person in distress. On the right you see a tool that has been developed during COVID in the last 2 years called Basic Psychosocial Skills, which is based on the principles of PFA but goes a little bit further, like how anyone, you can see that in the picture here, shopkeepers, policemen, anyone can actually be involved in supporting other people who feel bad about the situation. That's an example of how you can help communities to help themselves. But for me, the classical example of this layer is actually to train community workers to become, for example, community volunteers, psychosocial workers, etc. And they can do a lot. They can, for example, hold awareness sessions, disseminate key messages, organize support groups, detect people who are in need of serious of referral and who have serious problems. And what about layer 3, these focused psychosocial supports? Now, how that is often operationalized in humanitarian settings is by using scalable psychological interventions that are done by non-specialists. Now, what are that scalable psychological interventions? Well, those are psychotherapies or psychological therapies that are brief. That means 4, 5, 6, perhaps 7, perhaps 10 sessions, but that's it. That are very structured, in clear manuals, that are very competency oriented, that are based on scientific evidence, usually in multiple low income settings, so not just based on evidence derived from Western populations, that have clear procedures on how the tools can be adapted for context and culture. In general, they're developed in such a way that they are usable in a wide range of contexts, and that can be delivered by non-specialists once they have had a brief competency-oriented training and, that's very important, supportive supervision. Now, my colleagues will tell a lot more about their work on training and supervision around scalable psychological interventions, but I can say this is one of the major breakthroughs in global mental health in the last decade. There are many different types of brief psychological interventions, and I just mentioned a few here without going into detail. The most widely used one is Problem Management Plus, 5-session model based on cognitive behavioral therapy. Will be discussed by Brendan and colleagues a bit later on. Interpersonal therapy of depression. There is also a brief version, 8 to 12 sessions, developed by Teachers College of Columbia University and the World Health Organization. Self-Help Plus, which is manualized self-help, and integrated adapt therapy, and I will say a bit more about that in the next slide. Integrated adapt therapy is also based on cognitive behavioral therapy, but packaged in a way that it relates to the refugee experience, to experiences of forced displacement and often experiences of trauma and persecution. It's based on a theoretical model of Derek Sylove and has been developed specifically for refugees in Asia and has, for example, been tested among Myanmar refugees in Malaysia, where it actually gave a good result when you compare it to Problem Management Plus, which is more or less becoming the gold standard these days. It was similar, slightly better, but so it is an effective therapy. We use this, for example, in Bangladesh recently, in 2018 and 19, in the population of Rohingya refugees, in a naturalistic design. So basically within an acute unfolding humanitarian emergency where 700,000 Rohingya had been displaced, we did a small research where we trained Bangladeshi helpers. Later on we will train the Rohingya themselves. First we trained Bangladeshi helpers, selected people who had elevated scores on certain symptom questionnaires around depression, PTSD, and had functional impairment. And what you can see in the outcomes is orange is the baseline, blue is at the end of the 7 sessions, and green is 3 months later. And what you see is that the first 3 columns are symptom scales, depression, anxiety, PTSD, and the others are related to resilience, and the last one on the right is about functional impairment, and you see that actually all scales improve quite significantly. Now this is not an RCT, but the impact size of the intervention seems to be so large that you cannot attribute it to natural healing. Now finally then, the layer of clinical services that some of you may have been waiting for. Clinical services by specialists are very hard to reach in many humanitarian settings because there are simply not enough specialists. So what we do generally is to train other clinicians, general doctors, general nurses, clinical officers, in mental health. Kind of crash course in psychiatry. And the World Health Organization has developed a range of tools called MHGAP, Mental Health Gap Action Program. And one of the tools is the MHGAP Humanitarian Intervention Guide, which is a training with modules that cover the most urgent and most important mental health issues in humanitarian settings. And you can see them here: acute stress, depression, PTSD, psychosis, epilepsy as well. And you can train that in around 3 to 5 days. Obviously, you can only teach the basics. And then with regular clinical supervision, actually, you can make a meaningful difference. And this is our experience with MHGAP HIG. We've trained hundreds, way over 1,000 staff, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, in refugee camps. And we noticed in an evaluation by Carolina Echeverri that the facility staff, but also the community-based staff, reported a stronger capacity to deal with people with mental health problems. And they clearly had improved attitudes towards talking and responding to people with mental, neurological and substance use conditions. And the collaboration between medical and social services also improved. This is a new package that's currently being piloted in 5 settings. It's a minimum service package that describes the actions that minimally have to be taken in health, so clinical interventions, but also in child protection, adult protection, in education, programs for GBV response. The actions that all those sectors can take to give their contribution to the improvement of mental health and psychosocial well-being. We expect, we hope, that this will be a further accelerator of the integration of mental health and psychosocial support in humanitarian responses.
Thank you, Dr. Ventevogel, for this important presentation, which actually set the stage for these different levels of interventions. Now, for the next part, it's going to be a connected piece by Dr. Brandon Court and Gloria Pedersen. The title of this is Progressing Workforce Competency for Ensuring Safe and Quality Delivery of Mental Health and Psychosocial Support, Advances and Lessons Learned from ENACT and the EQUIP project. I think this is a very important project because it actually helps us understand the questions, okay, how do we do it? How do we pick an intervention and what tools are there which are important to understand and monitor the quality of our interventions? So we will start with Dr. Court, who is the Charles and Sonia Ackman Professor in Global Psychiatry, Professor of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, Global Health and Anthropology, and Director of Division of Global Mental Health at the George Washington University. He's also the scientific lead for the WHO in partnership with UNICEF project of EQUIP, which stands for Ensuring Quality in Psychological Services. This is very important work, and I think that this is very practical, that will be very useful to be presented here at this symposium. Following Dr. Kort's presentation, Gloria Pedersen, who is a research associate and global health pre-doctoral student at the School of Medicine and Health Science at the George Washington University, will explain about a specific example of how EQUIP is used in relation to Nepal, and specifically she will tell us more about the details of this very important project. So I will give the floor to both Dr. Kort and Gloria Pedersen.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present today in this panel. I will spend the next couple of minutes talking about competency in delivery of mental health and psychosocial support services. In particular, I'll be introducing the EQUIP platform developed by WHO and UNICEF. The purpose of the EQUIP platform is to be able to provide resources and assessment tools to be able to conduct competency-based training. This presentation is a result of the collaborative work of the EQUIP team and EQUIP Research Consortium. In particular, I'd like to thank Gloria Pedersen, who will also be presenting an example of the EQUIP platform in use in a case study from Nepal. Competency is a vital component of successful implementation of mental health and psychosocial support programs. If we think about the research space under which new interventions for MHPSS are developed, there's also often intensive control and oversight over how an intervention is delivered. Often there might be specialists or highly trained individuals who deliver this intervention, or there may be non-specialists who receive intensive supervision to deliver this at a high level of competency and fidelity. However, if we move from the research space into the implementation space, which is real-world application of MHPSS interventions, in the implementation space, there often is less oversight and control over aspects of delivery, in particular, the competency, the ability and skill of a non-specialist to deliver the intervention may be far below that which occurs in the research space. Therefore, I want to discuss today aspects and tools that can be used to monitor competence under real-world implementation. Within the clinical skills hierarchy, competence refers to the ability to demonstrate skills under controlled settings. This is typically done through structured role plays in which an individual is trained as an actor to play the part of a client or a patient, and then a rater is trained to use a structured tool to be able to score the individual on performance of those skills. Through the NIMH Share Hub, under the supervision of Vikram Patel, Mark Jordan's colleagues in Nepal and I developed the ENACT, or Enhancing Assessment of Common Therapeutic Factors, as a structured evaluation tool to use with role plays. Through the support of USAID, the ENACT competency assessment tool has now been incorporated into a broader training platform on competency-based training. EQUIP, or Ensuring Quality in Psychological Support, includes training on how to conduct competency-based trainings, how to train actors and raters for role-play assessments, and how to provide feedback in a competency-based approach to improve the quality of training. The impetus behind the EQUIP initiative was to move away from a one-size-fits-all approach to training in mental health, and to be able to acknowledge that people from different settings, different contexts around the world, come with a pre-existing skill set. So if we're able to evaluate their competencies going into a training, we can tailor the training to meet their gaps and to be able to move quickly over those areas where there are already strengths. The ENACT and other competency assessment tools are now available on the EQUIP platform in a digital format, where individuals are able to select from the different series of common factor competencies, as well as now the availability of some treatment-specific competencies, and then check off different attributes. For example, does an individual in training express any unhelpful or potentially harmful behaviors, such as being rude or disrespectful to a client? How many of the basic skills for a specific competency are achieved, and are any advanced competencies also achieved? By using the EQUIP platform, any type of training, whether that be an MHGAP training, a training on IPT, PM+, or any form of psychological or mental health service training, can follow this competency-based approach. The first step in this process is for non-specialist workers who are selected to then undergo a baseline role-play competency assessment. Then the training is conducted, making sure to attend to those areas where individuals are lacking some of the foundational skills. Throughout the training, there are mid- and post-training role-play assessments to track development of skills, areas that need improvement, and then through ongoing supervision, there can be attending again to those areas where skills are lacking, and then finally, a concluding role-play assessment to determine if someone can safely and independently deliver these services going forward in real-world settings. Through a series of global partnerships, we have now been able to pilot test the EQUIP platform for competency-based training in a number of sites around the world in partnership with different organizations and focusing on a range of different psychological interventions, including Thinking Healthy program in Peru, EEs, or Early Adolescent Skills for Emotions in Lebanon, Problem Management Plus in Ethiopia and Jordan, Interpersonal Therapy in Uganda, Trauma-Focused CBT in Kenya, and the Common Elements Treatment Approach in Zambia. In addition, through support of NIH and a COVID supplement, we have now been able to actually pilot the use in the US as well through reciprocal learning with a partnership at the New School in New York City. The EQUIP platform allows organizations under real-world conditions to be able to do 5 different things. They can enter in competency tools that are relevant to the population or intervention. For example, Mark Jordans and World Child Holland have developed the WE Act, which is a tool for child and adolescent competencies. Similarly, there's a Group Act, a PM+ specific tool, and a range of other treatment-specific competency assessment tools. In addition, an organization should always culturally and contextually adapt the tools to be able to meet the language and terminology appropriate for that setting. Similarly, the organization is able to enter information for trainings, including the trainers, raters, and actors involved. Then, from the platform, individuals are able to export the attributes and levels for individual trainees through visualizations. And then finally, also be able to view summaries of trainings at multiple time points and compare those with other trainings in the organization or trainings of a similar intervention done under a different context. The key steps in this process are being able to train trainers, raters, and actors to be able to do role plays, then to be able to use these role plays to assess baseline competencies when going into a training, conduct a training using role plays throughout, rate those role plays to be able to determine progress and competencies over time, and then to be able to assure by the end of a training and supervision period that the minimum competencies have been achieved. Thank you very much for listening today. I can be reached at bcourt@gwu.edu, or please check out the GMH Equity Lab. For access to the EQUIP platform, please reach out to James Underhill at underhillj@who.int. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for the opportunity to present today in this panel. I'm presenting on behalf of the George Washington University EQUIP Partnership, and thank you to Brandon Court for giving us that guidance through the EQUIP competency-based training approach and use of the EQUIP digital platform. I'm looking forward now to putting this into context and presenting a case study of how we used competency-driven training for PM+ in Nepal. The work I'm presenting today was funded through a grant from UNICEF, and the project team included a group at TPO Alliance in Kathmandu, Nepal, and our equipped research team at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., United States. This project was conducted this past year between the months of July and October 2021. We conducted a randomized control trial with mixed methods components to quantitatively test the difference in change in ENACT competency scores between trainees participating in standard PM Plus training and trainees participating in an equipped competency-driven PM Plus training. We also aimed to qualitatively describe differences in the experiences of the trainees and trainers in both the standard and competency-driven training based on qualitative interviews. The process chart on the right shows how we approached randomization and implementation of PM Plus training. First, we trained a small group of new trainers together in a PM Plus training of trainers. Afterwards, we randomly assigned the trainers to either the PM Plus standard training arm or the equip-based PM Plus training arm. Once assigned, the trainers in the equip-based training arm received an additional equip-focused training of trainers, where they had the opportunity to practice using the equip platform and ENACT tool and other equip competency-based training activities that I'll go over soon. Trainers in each arm ran 3 PM Plus trainings of helpers. The trainees that were involved in these trainings included school health nurses and female community health volunteers from around the Kathmandu Valley that did not have any previous experience delivering mental health and psychosocial support. In the PM Plus standard training arm, trainers used a 10-day training plan. In the first half of day 1, before the training, each trainee participated in a 10-minute structured ENACT role-play assessment where they engaged with a pretend person using the services. The results of these assessments were not given to the trainers, but only collected for later analyses. In the second half of that day, trainees began the training and were given an introduction to PM Plus and reviewed ground rules. Afterwards, in the following days, trainers covered PM Plus basic helping skills, also referred to as foundational helping skills, and the competencies that we address in the ENACT tool, followed by days for PM Plus sessions and practice role plays with volunteers. The training ended on the 10th day, and on the 11th day, trainees returned to participate in a post-training competency assessment role play. In the equip competency-driven PM Plus training, trainers followed a similar 10-day schedule, but the training plan was adapted to support a competency-driven approach. This included the trainers using the equip platform to access the trainees' ENACT assessment results from day 1 to inform any changes they wanted to make to activities on day 2 or following days. For example, maybe if they saw trainees struggling with communication skills, they might plan more time to practice role plays in communication and less time teaching theory on empathy. Other techniques for competency-driven training included using the equip platform to rate trainee skills during the training, showing brief, helpful, and unhelpful demonstrations of skills. For example, the trainer might perform a role play to show what it looks like if a helper uses unhelpful verbal communication, and then compare that to helpful verbal communication. It also included planning time for feedback sessions, such as tailored one-on-one individual feedback guided by ENACT results, and group feedback sessions, where trainees could decide what they wanted to spend more time on and practice role plays in that skill. The nice part about the group feedback and this overall schedule was that we really tried to not add more time in order to include these components. So for example, in a standard PM Plus training, each morning an hour is allocated to review the lessons from the day before. In the Equip competency-driven PM Plus training, we decided to use this hour for 10 minutes of review, and then the rest of the hour was up to the trainees to decide what activities they wanted to practice and to use that time for group feedback. The Equip competency-driven training plan also included activities found in the developed test version of the Foundational Helping Skill Guide to Competency-Based Training. This manual is still under review, but it includes a range of basic to advanced modules for training people in foundational helping skills, including communication, empathy, suicide assessment, and attitudes towards helping others. The trainers were allowed to select any activities they felt might be useful in a training. Besides using the Equip platform to rate skills during training and the FHS activities selection, the trainers didn't have many other materials different from the standard PM Plus training. You'll see here in the middle column that we used the PM Plus manual and FHS activities as the instructional material. And in the notes section, you'll notice we were able to outline exactly where in the PM Plus manual is content related to or addressed for each foundational helping skill that's covered in the ENACT tool. Analysis of results are still ongoing, but we're excited to share what we've learned so far. Quantitatively, this bar graph demonstrates statistical improvement in number of ENACT competency attributes achieved at post-training among trainees in the standard PM Plus training compared to trainees participating in the competency-driven training. As you can see, there was a considerable impact for increasing ENACT foundational helping skills competency attributes in the competency-driven training compared to the standard training. This bar graph includes all trainees from all 3 training waves, where 43 trainees were included in each arm. Qualitative lessons we've learned so far include feedback that viewing the ENACT rating results in the platform during training can be used as a teaching tool, a feedback tool, and a monitoring tool and training adaptation tool. We also learned that using role plays as a training tool was new for many of the trainees when they compared it to their previous trainings in education. This created a bit of a comfort curve, where trainees may have initially been shy or nervous to perform in front of others, but after a few days would start asking for more time to do more role play practice. We also learned that trainers have a bit of a learning curve when incorporating competency-based training approaches. For example, feeling more comfortable using technology when rating during training, using the competency results to guide feedback sessions, and feeling confident in the flexibility to adapt a training according to their trainees' needs. After the first 4 or 5 days and that first training, it was really nice to hear the trainers applaud the usefulness of the approach and start getting excited about using the techniques. By the second and third training, the trainers began creating new concepts and ideas and taking advantage of all the flexibility in the approach. The other really great thing we learned is that regardless of the ENACT results, trainees reported recognizing their own improvement in skills prior to and then at the end of training. And the trainers reported the same. They felt that they were gaining confidence and skill in their training abilities. That's all I'll cover today. I want to thank everyone for your time. I know I've covered a lot. I'm more than happy to answer any questions and looking forward to the discussion with you all in this panel. You can find my email address here, and I'm also with Dr. Brandon Court at the GMH Equity Lab. I've also included the websites for TPO Alliance and TPO Nepal in case you're interested to learn more about all of the other work that they're doing and other projects that they've included equip platform and competency-based training in.
Thank you, both Dr. Court and Gloria Pedersen, for this really fascinating presentation, because I think it really documents how we can take something and how you build the model and how you introduce the model and the different uses it has. And I think that it's really a conversation starter so that people can get in touch with you for further information. Now, I think that I have the pleasure to introduce Eleftheria Aravidou, with whom I've had the pleasure to work for several projects so far. She's the MHPSS coordinator at Terre des Hommes Hélas. Terre des Hommes is an international organization which focuses in child protection, and they have important activities all over the world. And the importance of having Eleftheria presenting about the implementation of PM Plus for asylum seekers and refugees in open accommodation sites across Greece is the fact that it's really relevant to the previous presentations as well. It talks about the different implementation of PM Plus in difficult situations, even in COVID. And I think that it's really, it's going to be really interesting to hear about this, Eleftheria.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eleftheria Aravidou, and I'm the Mental Health and Psychosocial Support Coordinator for the projects that Terre des Hommes Hélas is running across Greece. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this conference and raise concern about mental health issues and interventions that are related to refugee population, along with other inspiring professionals and colleagues all over the world. I'm going to discuss today about the implementation of Problem Management Plus, PM Plus, for asylum seekers and refugees residing in open accommodation sites across Greece. Specifically, we're going to explain the background of the integration of PM Plus intervention in the MHPSS support services, discuss results, challenges, and lessons learned from the implementation, and also briefly contemplate and show the significance of future actions in relation to PM Plus methodology. I think it's important to have a quick glimpse in the profile of TDH Hellas and the main context of the PM Plus tool before going ahead and discussing more about the delivery of the project. TDH Hellas is a Greek section of the leading Swiss organization for child protection, and the work of TDH Hellas in Greece falls under three main programs: child protection and youth empowerment, children and youth and migration, and access to justice for children and youth. PM Plus, as I'm sure most of you are aware, is a low-intensity brief psychological intervention developed by WHO, delivered by trained lay people using the principle of task shifting, provided to people 16 plus who experience temporary impairment because of distress. In PM Plus, the clients, through the 5 individual sessions, can learn strategies for helping manage practical problems, improve mood through behavioral activation, reduce feelings of stress and anxiety, as well as strengthen their social support network. PM Plus does not provide support for severe mental health issues, but the PM Plus helpers are able to detect and refer such cases to relevant medical and professional mental health staff. YTDHLS undertook the initiative of integrating PM Plus as part of the provided MHPSS services within the child protection project that was running in open accommodation sites. First of all, it was after acknowledging the need for providing cultural, COVID and mental health services and aiming at bridging mental health treatment gap for refugee and asylum seekers, as well as increasing the early response to these conditions. Also trying to address a long-term gap in the provision of such services to vulnerable population as unaccompanied minors who experience emotional distress, and as a child protection actor, identifying the need for empowering the closer but also the larger community system of the child by providing tailored psychosocial services. The project ran in 7 open accommodation sites for refugee and asylum seeker population in the mainland across Greece and 2 safe zones for unaccompanied minors from January 2020 to December 2020. Planning process began in early January 2020 before reaching to the implementation stage in order to better adjust the training material for the selected PM Plus helpers and understand how to fit the needs of the particular area and population that PM Plus would then be delivered. 8-day training followed the recruitment procedure of PM Plus helpers by our PM Plus expert. And let me point out that training and supervision has been an ongoing process during the whole duration of the project for ensuring the quality of the services provided and also for building of the team's capacities and knowledge as they were lay and non-professional people. In total, 7 people from the migrant community with the language skills required, and that was Arabic and Farsi, was trained as helpers. This ensured easy access and expression during the sessions while supporting building new skills from the community. A referral pathway was developed for integrating PM Plus intervention in existing MHPSS services that were provided by psychologists, including steps and guidelines for making referrals, not also internally from social workers, but also from other actors on site. In total, we received 115 referrals. 45 of them were referring to female beneficiaries, 55 to male, and 29 concerned youth, 8 of whom were unaccompanied. 98 people received individualized PM Plus support, while we had some dropouts and some cases also referred for specialized services. In total, 525 individual PM Plus sessions were conducted to Arabic and Farsi-speaking population, including assessment sessions and follow-up. So what were the results? Based on baseline and line analysis of the clinical assessment scores of the tools used in the pre and post assessment, most beneficiaries demonstrated improved well-being in terms of enhanced problem management, capacities, and reduced feelings associated with stress, anxiety, and depression. While delivering qualitative interviews, we came to the conclusion that people showed overall minimum to high level of meaningful participation and contextualized approach within one-time PM Plus sessions. Was reported to make a significant difference in feeling comfortable and safer to express their views, while all responders experienced a sense of dignity through their participation because they mentioned that they felt respected and they were being heard by their peers, PM Plus helpers. PM Plus operations started at the commencement of COVID-19 pandemic. When lockdown measures were implemented by the Greek government, campsites were the ones that withstood with stricter and lengthier lockdown the general population. This created a barrier needed to address through remote counseling and also build on the skills of PM Plus team on how to provide remote counseling. The ideal plan involved the combination of distant communication and occasional meetings at crucial points, such as the pre and post assessment, where face-to-face discussion was really important to be achieved. Issues of cultural appropriateness were also discussed, relating mostly to gender issues in the counseling relationship between male PM Plus facilitators and female beneficiaries. In order to address this issue, in some occasions, after the agreement of the beneficiary, a call meeting was scheduled with some selected family members in order to explain the procedure and in order to achieve a feeling of safety and trust from the aspect of the beneficiary's family. Illiteracy of the clients was also an issue, as a significant number of clients needed visual representation of PM Plus strategies and assessment component in order to better understand the process. Some successful means like recording messages, drawing pictures were employed, as many of the beneficiaries were not able to read and write in their mother tongue. Asylum seeking and policies procedure always a challenge when it comes to the implementation of MHPSS services, in many cases resulting in clients being disoriented from their initial motivation to be engaged in the session, finding hard to focus on their goals and keep their motivation active, or even place their mental health as a priority, especially when they were getting rejections about their asylum seeking request. Also, the reception of the project by other MHPSS professional sites was a challenge. SPM Plus was a newly introduced and innovative project for the Greek refugee context, so many of them showed signs of ambivalence and doubt regarding the provision of counseling services from lay-trained people. What we have learned is that it is really important to have a robust supervision system, including remote supervision, as a catalyst, especially for non-specialized mental health professionals, in order to deliver quality interventions and build on their skills. Of course, culturally adapting and contextualizing PM Plus was important for maximizing the potential benefits of the intervention, as cultural sensitivity is considered one of the great grand challenges of global mental health. Specifically for the Farsi Dari version, a specific request was approved by WHO, and TDHLS undertook the translation and contextualization of PM Plus manual, as a large number of people that were using PM Plus services were from the Afghan community. The rollout of the PM Plus was a critical part of the project development. We had to make sure, as PM Plus was an innovative and newly introduced tool, that the goals and the methodology was clearly communicated to the population and, of course, to the network of actors. And although professional-led counseling and mental health services might be available for refugees, we understood that they're not used as much, or at times the capacity of the field workers is not enough for handling a large number of referrals leaving unattended or even unidentified MHPSS needs of people. And of course, based on the feedback that we got from the people, peer-to-peer methodology was both relevant and appropriate for this specific context. If we want to draw on some basic conclusions, we would say that refugee mental health in Greece has been a significant consideration since 2015, with three major themes being revealed as causing suffering to population. That was uncertainty, lack of control, disruption of life, and loss of social network. So in the light of that, problems are expected to rise. There is a need for focused approaches to psychosocial intervention. PM Plus has been tested in terms of efficiency and effectiveness that can improve mental health functioning and enhance psychosocial well-being. So we totally understand that interventions like PM Plus that allocate the focus on a solution and action-oriented approach that facilitate development of skills, create and re-establish a sense of hope, incorporating the stress and the resources from the beneficiaries, could be an enabler for the enhancement of psychosocial well-being, especially for promotive not only coping and adaptive capacities of the people in this context, but also transformative capacities for a more sustainable solution and approach. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Eleftheria, for this really important presentation that showed the specifics of the project in Greece. So now we are here for the Q&A. I'm not sure we have. Maybe I have some comments, and I wanted to discuss them with you briefly. Starting with Peter, because I think that it's really interesting how mental health is prioritized more and more in the field of displacement in the refugee context. Can you say why that is? I mean, what is a convincing argument to kind of prioritize mental health? Because you presented this whole range of interventions, and I think that they're really interesting.
Yeah, I don't know exactly why that happened, but it clearly has happened over the last 2 decades. I think it's partially because you have a robust core group of actors that think the same. So there is a certain consensus in the field, which lacked before because of all the different ideas and paradigms around mental health and psychosocial well-being of refugees. There have been quite vicious debates in the past, and there are still debates, but there is now, since these IASC guidelines of 2007, there is a pragmatic consensus about what needs to be done, and that gives space for people with different foci, community-based or individual. It's not contradictive, so that has helped. Secondly, I think what has helped is, in general, that there has been effective advocacy within humanitarian leadership to do more, and that has worked out well. That was also a consistent message that has been given by different actors. That's the second point. And the third one, I think, are more, are chances. It's like the fact that, the third thing I would say actually is that we have good tools now. But when I started, we didn't have tools, and now it's so interesting that we didn't, I think, fully coordinate that, but we actually do speak the same language with MHGAP, with task shifting approaches, with using this pyramid of related services. So I think what I've seen now, which is very different from 15, 20 years ago, is that all the different NGOs and actors use similar tools and similar terminology. So that helps the cooperation a lot, and it makes it easier for donors to say, okay, these guys know what needs to be done. And they have good tools, they have evidence from research, they have good monitoring and outcome tools. So let's do it. And then lastly, what I wanted to say is that it's also to some extent dependent on, I think, globally, mental health gets more in the picture. So more globally, we are piggybacking on that. And COVID has also helped. That isn't a cause, but it has really also boosted the idea. And everybody realized that mental health issues actually can come up easily and can be very nasty. Yeah. And social support and counseling can be important. So anyway, that's it.
I think that is really great comments, because it brings me also to Brandon and Gloria and your work, because while I was working in PM+, I realized that the tool was really, the interventions were really interconnected with trying to find a proper way to evaluate them. This was the discussion we had with Eleftheria many times, and this is an answer that we found through Equip and the platform, and I think that is a really important point if you want to talk a bit more about this, Brandon and Gloria, because it also relates maybe with the implementation of the tool, except for the training. Can we use these tools as it progresses? And of course, we can use them even in the US, as in Peter was talking about COVID. So just a short comment if you want to talk about this.
Sure. Gloria, do you want to go first, and I'll chime in? Okay. I really appreciate you opening the part of the conversation about kind of the global relevance now much more than previously. It was interesting, just this week in the American Journal of Psychiatry, there was a paper that came out that basically now fewer than 1 in 5 psychiatrists in the US are actually doing any psychotherapy or psychological treatments in any way. And over the past 10 years, that was already low, and it cut further by half. So what we've seen really is a global need for increased access for brief, low intensity, and different forms of psychological interventions. And this is not by any means simply a low resource setting. The whole world needs this. And I think, what I really appreciate about the WHO's universal health coverage is that in that mandate, competency has been highlighted specifically as it's not just availability of services, but it's competent services that are there, which is why it's been so helpful that the WHO and now UNICEF has supported the idea of developing resources in the EQUIP platform, as Gloria and I described. So I think we're at a stage, just as Peter was saying, one, we have momentum behind people kind of agreeing, thanks to the kind of IASC group and others, on what we should be doing, which has led to some of those disputes that did kind of last decades around this is exporting things to other settings or a non-specialist can't do that. We do have some consensus and momentum, but I think now what's really important is the combination of the tools, right? That we have all of these different manuals, and increasingly, just like I think PM Plus and Self-Help Plus exemplify, they aren't tools that were developed for specialists and then adapted for non-specialists, which was kind of the early days. These were developed exclusively with non-specialists in mind from the get-go. So the fact that those are out there, and then now we have the EQUIP platform and other types of initiatives around assuring that we can evaluate and improve competency-based training, I think is so important. What's really striking is that even the director of the National Institute of Mental Health has brought up this issue that we need trainings that can be rapidly deployed in the US, right? Mm-hmm. The idea that you could train 5-10 days and get somebody who can do some help, we need that as part of our workforce, not just a standing workforce, but a rapidly deployable workforce. So I think there's great global momentum, and now it's the working out the details about how best to do this, and that's what we've learned a lot from EQUIP, that there are different strategies, and some might be more scalable, some less scalable. Same thing with interventions, figuring out which ones are going to be the most effective, how much we can put in an audio recording that somebody can access directly themselves versus needed a human component. So I think that we're at a pivotal moment, and I'm very fortunate to be acting at this time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. It's really great. Gloria, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate all that Brennan said, and also Peter, your comments earlier. I think all I'll really add is it continues to be really informed by what's going on, and I think that has been one of the best experience so far with EQUIP and trying to work with these trainers and trainees and kind of understanding, well, what are the needs and what's going to work and what's not going to work. And as Brandon mentioned too, I mean, the ENACT tool was developed from the ground up with that in mind, and same with how we're trying to understand what we're doing with these competency-based approaches and how it's best going to be used depending on the context and the need for the training. And I also just wanted to say and comment to why do we think maybe global mental health is getting more stamina. I mean, I know it's not a global idea, but I can say for myself, at least, I'm lucky enough to interact with a lot of different trainees and trainers in that aspect, not so much the service users as of yet, but just they're really, even during COVID, just really experiencing their own personal growth and healing they'll use when they take these trainings, when they're in PM Plus. It's I haven't not yet heard a comment where they haven't expressed some sort of sentiment on that level. And these basic help, we've been calling them basic helping skills, foundational helping skills,
regardless, these core skills that we're noticing really impact the relationship between a helper, as we call them, and the service user. I mean, we're getting comments that they're also impacting the helper when they go home and interact with their family, or just kind of understanding how to interact with their friends, or just cope on their own during COVID. So I think that's also, it's been a nice experience working with Equip and seeing all of that.
Thank you so much, Gloria. I think that this might also bring me to ask Eleftheria. I mean, Eleftheria, you've been working with PM+, with other resilience-based interventions. So how do you view this comment that Gloria made? I mean, what's your idea of supporting non-specialists, and how have you seen it through your practice?
Thank you, Michalis, and everybody for your comments and your presentations initially. I would say that what Gloria mentioned about getting this PM Plus helper role and bringing into their daily lives is something that we have seen many times while working with refugee people. I mean, they kind of feel that they're building actually a new role in their identity, and they feel more valued and more engaged actually in their own lives. And this is really important, working also on these transformative capacities that we include in our MHPSS framework, and not only just learning how to cope and how to adapt, but how to thrive and how to lead their personal lives. So I would say that it is really important. And something else that I would like also to mention, if Michalis is that okay, is that from the field experience, there is always a great need to ensure that we provide quality services that are tailored. And I think this is something missing from the field, because, you know, you're kind of lost during the daily action in the field, and sometimes the question, what are the monitor tools, seems like something that is not priority, but indeed it is, and it is something that we should take into consideration. And thank you for highlighting this in your presentation. I think it was Peter, yes.
Thank you, Eleftheria. I think that this is a very important maybe takeaway message, because I think we're talking about tailored interventions that are still quality interventions. So in a way, standardizing training, finding ways to train people better also might be a way to support better people and to kind of highlight the role of non-specialists or people with actual lived experience in the MHPSS globally. Thank you. I think that we could have this conversation ongoing for quite a while, but because time is quite pressing, I'm wondering if there is any last comment that you want to have before we close.
Well, maybe one very brief, if I can. Yes. That's more that I think one of well, there are many challenges, but one of them I think is to find a way to bring the different interventions that we now have, individual interventions that have been well researched, to bring them together in a system. So to build that into a system, how does Self-Help Plus link with PM Plus, with MHCAP? So how do you bring it into a system? And secondly, how to scale such interventions up in routine care settings. As I think Brendan also mentioned, we know now in controlled research settings, we know that it works. It's likely that it will work outside that, but how to maintain a level of quality and still being able to scale up. That's the next borders, the next frontier, so to say, for our implementation research. Over.
Thank you. I think that maybe with this we can close, because and we can maybe renew another meeting trying to answer this very important question. And I'd love to have you all again together. Thank you all for participating in this symposium.
Thank you, Michalis. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
It is my pleasure to welcome our first speaker for today's session, and our first speaker is Professor Rosina Karamaliani. Professor Rosina has done a lot of good work in mental health. She completed her basic training from Aga Khan University, and then she proceeded to USA, from where she completed Master in Public Health and a PhD in Public Health. And she's currently the Dean of School of Nursing and Midwifery at Aga Khan University. So I welcome her for this session. Rosina, floor is yours, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Rosina Karmaliani and I am very fortunate to be talking to you today at this forum. I am the Dean and the Professor at Aga Khan University School of Nursing and Midwifery and a joint faculty with Community Health Sciences Medical College. I am Associate Faculty with Brain and Mind Institute here. So my today's presentation is Right to Place Intervention to Reduce Peer Violence among Adolescents in Pakistan. And it is a cluster randomized controlled trial. Our implementing partner was Right to Play, and the funding agency was South Africa Medical Research Council project of What Works, UKAID, DFID. So let's look at the general concept. So violence against women and girls exists in all forms for women and girls, and it is interrelated. All forms of violence are connected with the different spheres in the society. So when we look at the broader violence in society, political, community, interpersonal, physical, these are all different ways and spheres where we see it. So what is the growing evidence when we talk about it? So as this project intended to generate new knowledge on the drivers of violence, what works in prevention, and the cost. Most important was that while we have been talking about this for so many years, what actually works, what changes it, and what evidences we gather in the prototypes to be able to mainstream those interventions or scale up those interventions for the policy level and for multiple countries to be using those evidence-based prototypes in their own settings. So this particular project was conducted in 13 countries of Africa and Asia. And the evidences which we have gathered had multiple different interventions. So not all interventions are right to play in school, but some interventions were working with men engagement, some were working with women, some were working with women with mother-in-law, and some were family interventions. And therefore, the evidences collected from these 13 countries showed there are at least about 5 projects which have shown very promising evidence, and one of the project was Right to Play, which works early on within the adolescents group. So later on, the gender norms and perpetrator and victimization can be looked at early on. So as an adulthood, we can prevent men being the perpetrator. So how this play works, when we say right to play, is it the play only? And how this play works, is there a dosage? So this was a session which was 20 regular play-based learning sessions with every child from the 6th grade, and it was for 2 years. So a child was entered in the study after the baseline data in 6th grade, and then worked on this intervention, attended 120 regular sessions, and at the end of the 2 years, we did the end line. We also tried and looked at the midline data, but we found that midline data was not showing promising result. It means the intervention dose has to be gradual and for 2 years, and we have to keep patients around that. Now, let's look at how this play works. So this is an experiential learning cycle. It is not that you leave the kids with some equipments like for sports and football or cricket, and they would play and then it will change. But it has a framework which was actually a very powerful framework that you share experiences through physical activity, sports and play, and you experience play. So you actually do a classroom-based play or outdoor play, and then reflect, connect, apply is a framework. So in reflecting, you're reflecting back on the activity that what one experienced. Then you connect it by comparing and connecting that what one experienced through the activity with previous experiences in life, and then you apply in your daily life and explain how one can use these experiences. Other than this intense project, which is a 2-year project, 122 session, there are other thematic events, for example, Health Day, Children's Day, and those days Right to Play organizes sports and tournaments and invites parents also, and teachers, parents, and children as a trio model. So what this study did was to evaluate the effectiveness of Right to Play intervention in reducing violence among children and improving the mental health. And this evaluation was through the use of randomized controlled trial. So it was a highly systematic evaluation. And the research questions which were taken, that is Right to Play intervention effective? Our primary question was in reducing the peer victimization and perpetration. Our secondary question were improving youth mental health, improving attitudes towards the gender roles, girls and boys, and reducing the corporal punishment at school and at home. So these were the 3 secondary questions we selected. So what was the methodology we took? So because it was the randomized controlled trial, we took 40 eligible government schools, 20 were girls and 20 boys schools. Out of these 20 girls schools, 10 were intervention and 10 were control. Similarly, in the boys school. So these were the children who were from the age 12 to 14. There were about 930 girls and 822 boys. And since in Pakistan, we do not have gender inclusive, disability inclusive education, and we have segregated schools also. So the gender is segregated and disability is not inclusive in education. Therefore, we found only 6% children, about 91, who had some form of special needs were part of this school, and these disabilities were not putting them in a completely separate category. So it was either visual or some muscular or some walking issues. And other than that, it was mostly attention deficit, which is not physically obese. So those children were also included. So this intervention, as I mentioned earlier, had 120 sessions, and these sessions were focusing on the reflect, connect, and apply cycle using the life skills building approach. And so the themes were taken around the life skills building. What instruments did we use? So we used a total of 138 items on multiple different instruments. So these instruments were addressing to the primary question and to the secondary questions. And each instrument had different questions. So as you see that peer victimization and perpetration scale, for example, had 49 items, whereas disability question had 5 items. And then if you look at parental punishment at home, there were only 2 questions around that. And early marriages had also 3 questions around that. So the battery of a set of tools which was used were total of 138 items. So the most interesting part of this presentation is what were the findings. So what did we find? We found the significant differences between the intervention and control arms in peer violence victimization, which we were asking in the past 1 month. So here you can see that peer victimization score were reduced by 33% in boys, whereas 59% in girls. And so this is over from the baseline to the 2 years time period. And if you see the midline effect, you find that the dose required us to be taking it to the 2-year duration. Another significant finding between the intervention and control arm was that the peer perpetration scores reduced by 25% in boys and 56% in girls again. So if you notice that the girls are showing more effectiveness compared to boys, though 25% in boys is also a very good percentage. Significant difference again in the depression symptoms. So we found that the depression score reduced by 7% in boys and 10% in girls. Significant difference we also found in the gender attitudes, which are patriarchal, and we just learned in the initial framework that how the culture norms and men as a perpetrator in the society and male dominancy society creates and shapes gender roles. And we found that at this early age, if you do this intervention, the gender attitude scores reduced by 14% in boys and 18% in girls. When we started the study, some of the girls were actually saying that it is legitimate that if my mother is not obeying my father, or going and visiting her mother, or not cooking on time, or talking to the neighbors, if my father is saying no, then it is legitimate for my father to beat my mother. So from a sixth grader normalizing the violence to that level, and then seeing the gender attitude scores lowering down in boys and girls, both is I think, a very important factor for us to be using this intervention to break the vicious cycle, which is from early age to the adulthood. And then we were looking at corporal punishment. So corporal punishment in the school and corporal punishment at home was our secondary outcome and not primary. And it is interesting that how children became the change agent. So corporal punishment in school was reduced by 45% in boys and 66% in girls. When we started, boys were saying it was so normalized in school that boys were saying a teacher coming without a stick and not beating children, it was not considered that the teacher is there in a classroom. So the teacher legitimacy was so normalized by beating and having a stick in a classroom. And then we saw with this 2 years of intervention, the amazing reduction in corporal punishment in school. Also we found, though we were not working, none of our intervention was at home directly, but children became the change agent, and they were so engaged, and with the positive attitude and behavior in the school, their development was also such that the siblings fighting was less. They were more positive behaving with the parents, and also parents were hearing from the children their experiences. So this is our assumption, which can be tested in another solid study with a solid methodology, that how physical punishment at home reduced amazingly 62% in boys and 77% in girls, where we did not take direct intervention at home. So what did we find as a summary of our findings? So right to play in school empowered girls and boys both. And if you look at all 6 indicators, peer victimization score, peer perpetration score, depression score, gender attitude score, corporal punishment at school and corporal punishment at home, you find that boys and girls both have shown reduction through this intervention. However, boys have shown less partnership between 2 universities and partnership with NGO and the funding agency. So I think the implementation and design factors both became the key to success. So those of you who are researchers and moving on, or the students and graduate program students, you can think about creating your researches around that you can partner with your implementation arm and the university arm together along with your funding agencies. So what this study can take as a future contribution. So the scale up how? Scale up to the private school, this life skills building from the rural or semi-urban area to the urban, and from the one province to the multiple provinces, from the school children to the out of school children, and it can give and take different shapes that research intervention was doing the dose. We can also look at that how the cost of this intervention, how the disability is affecting violence, how the positive disciplining of the parents, if we have the intervention with the parents exclusive and teach them the positive discipline, if we teach teachers positive discipline, these are different areas where individual research studies can be done. And we have already started working with Right to Play as second and third phases to work with out of school children, also to work with other provinces. So when you look at the multiplier effect at the national level, this intervention has been taken by one of the province as the physical education curriculum from grade 1 to 8. And this has now influenced the provincial curriculum. And we will be looking at it, that how this, I would say that this slogan, I love which Right to Play keeps using, that when children play together, the world wins. So let's use this reflect, connect, and apply the life skills building of Right to Play and make children happy, bring the positive disciplining from the teachers and the parents. And in that way, we can bring violence against women and girls down by breaking the vicious cycle early on from the adolescence age. So these are some of the references. You can feel free to type my name or my team member's name in, and you will find baseline also published, and online data is also published. And I want to give my special thanks to the participating schools and children and to my research team. Thank you. Stay safe, stay healthy, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
It is my pleasure to introduce one of my students. She is a PhD student at Institute of Public Health, College of Medicine and Health Science, United Arab Emirates University. And Shireen Yunus, she did her clinical psychology training from McMaster, Canada, and now currently doing her PhD. So I request Shireen to present her research work and share her research work with us.
Hello, my name is Shireen Yunus, and I'm designated a PhD of Public Health candidate at UAEU in Al Ain. I would like to talk today about intimate partner violence in the Himalayan mountain villages of Gilgit-Baltistan. For our learning objectives today, I would like to identify the public health burden of intimate partner violence and describe intimate partner violence as a burden in Gilgit-Baltistan. And I'd like to demonstrate the prevalence of IPV and associated risk factors in married women in Gilgit-Baltistan. So intimate partner violence includes all actions that violate one's sense of self, physical, body, and sense of trust. It involves episodes of physical, psychological, or sexual violence perpetrated by a current or former intimate partner. Women are particularly vulnerable to IPV, and it often goes underreported due to its nature. It's associated with an increased risk of physical and mental health conditions, so that includes major depression, suicidal behaviors, anxiety syndromes, PTSD, disorders of sleep, eating, and psychosomatic syndromes. There are some known risk factors for IPV. Some of them include unplanned pregnancies, parents that are educated less than high school level, younger age, unmarried status, living in isolated rural areas, and also a low access to a wide range of information and communication technologies like the radio, computer, mobile phone, etc. So Gilgit-Baltistan is in Pakistan. And this region is a highly mountainous region in North Pakistan with an estimated population of 1,800,000 people. The occurrence of IPV is a significant public health burden here. There are honor-related killings that often occur here, which are an extreme form of IPV, and 43% of the episodes show that the husband is the perpetrator. Women in these remote high mountain villages of Gilgit-Baltistan report one of the highest suicide rates in Pakistan, 33 per 100,000. They're 10 years younger on average than their spouse, and they have limited access to media, 1.5% in the 15 to 49-year age group read newspapers or magazines only. Let's listen to the radio or watch TV at least once a week. So you can see a bunch of the risk factors for IPV in this population. So for our methods, we wanted to estimate the prevalence of intimate partner violence and associated risk factors, particularly depression, in married women in rural villages of Gilgit-Baltistan in Pakistan. So for our research design, we used a cross-sectional design to assess the magnitude and factors associated with IPV. And we had 789 participants. They were all married women, ages 18 to 49 years of age, considered at risk. They resided with their husbands for at least 12 months in the preceding year to be considered. And the sampling frame was from the Aga Khan Health Service, Pakistan. This list showed total number of households in each village of the Gazar district. So here we used a two-stage cluster sampling strategy. There were trained local nurses who obtained socio-demographic and reproductive history through face-to-face structured interviews in the national language Urdu. A World Health Organization screening instrument was used to assess the presence of IPV in the previous 12 months. And in terms of major depression, a locally validated instrument in Pakistan was adopted to identify the self-reported symptoms according to the DSM-4. In terms of measures, we looked at many socio-demographic characteristics like age, marital status, number of children, education, monthly household income, employment status, education, level of spouse, and any blood relation to that spouse. In terms of lifestyle characteristics, we looked at forms of tobacco use. We asked about self-perceived health in terms of quality of life. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships were looked at. And in terms of IPV, we defined it as physical and or emotional abuse in the previous 12 months. Sexual abuse was not included in this due to cultural sensitivity. And of course, the adapted version of the WHO Domestic Violence Questionnaire was used. In terms of depressive symptoms, we used the Aga Khan University Anxiety and Depression Scale, which is the gold standard for depression and anxiety in Pakistan. It included 25 items covering most of the clinical features of depression as specified by DSM-4 criteria. And for our statistical analyses, our bivariate analyses explored the impact of potential factors on IPV. This was in order to estimate intimate partner violence that was experienced or not experienced by using univariate logistic regression as function of each socioeconomic, demographic, and behavioral factor. And in terms of our multivariate logistic regression analyses, this was used to determine the independent correlations between the predictor variables and physical and emotional IPV. So this was in order to model the dichotomous physical abuse or emotional IPV by the socio-demographic and other predictor variables, which were statistically significant in bivariate analyses. Our results were completed in 2019. 1,000 households were visited until our target sample size of 830 eligible homes was reached. Because of our 94.9% response rate, we ended up with 789 participants, which was great. The mean age was 38.3 years, and the average monthly household income was 1,200 Pakistani rupees, or around $7 US. So here are some of the socio-demographic characteristics that we saw. There was about 25.8% of our participants were in the consanguineous marriage. There was 32.2% of them who were in the lowest tertile of family income. There was 93% of them who were unemployed. And in terms of parity, 14.7% of them had no children, whereas less than 2 children were at 43.1%, and 42.3% had more than 3 children. In terms of education levels, you can see that fewer and fewer people in this region have higher forms of education. No formal education was seen at 58.6% among our participants, while only 31.6% of their husbands had no formal education. And in terms of secondary level, 32.9% of our participants were educated at secondary. Only 8.5% of our participants were here, as opposed to 19.4% of their husbands. In terms of their self-perceived health, in terms of quality of health, they rated, and 51% of them rated that as good to excellent, as opposed to 94.4% who rated their quality of life as good to excellent. And in terms of relationships with their mother-in-law, 63% of women reported a poor or very poor relationship. And tobacco use was quite minimal. 7.9% of these participants used snuff, whereas 5.8% of them used cigarettes. So overall, in our results, the prevalence of IPV was found to be 22.8% in Gilgit-Baltistan. A higher proportion of married women reported emotional violence at 19.2% compared to physical violence, which was 9.5%. And participants experiencing IPV had higher prevalence of depression at 55.1% compared to our non-IPV affected participants, which was 37.3%. And a significant proportion of pregnant women experienced IPV at 18.5%. So in terms of Table 1, this shows you the bivariate analyses as reported by our participants. The prevalence of IPV was higher among participants aged 45 or older, as you can see, and associated with no formal schooling, being married to husbands with no formal education, living in a household with income in the lowest tertia. They were married to non-consanguineous husbands, smoked cigarettes or used snuff, reported a poor or very poor relationship with their mother-in-law, and self-reported depressive symptoms. In terms of the multivariate analyses in Table 2, this indicated that women exposed to IPV were likely to be older and to have a poor or very poor relationship with their mother-in-law, and a higher odds of having depressive symptoms. Conversely, they were less likely to have married a husband with a college level of education or higher, or live in a household with income in the middle or highest tertile. So overall, the husband education level and high household income were protective against IPV, whereas increase in age or poor relationship with the mother-in-law increased the risk of IPV. So in terms of our conclusion, women having poor relationships with their mother-in-law, living in low-income households, and married to husbands with a low level of education are more likely to be subject to intimate partner violence. And those who were exposed to physical and emotional violence in IPV were more likely to have poor health and quality of life and more likely to report depressive symptoms. The occurrence of IPV is a significant public health burden in Pakistan. This study is the first of its kind there. More than 1 in 5 married women report physical or psychological violence in the past year, which is a very high number within Pakistan as well as globally. Establishing the prevalence of domestic violence rates in the remote Himalayan mountain villages of Pakistan is a first essential step to be able to develop effective interventions. So the findings of our study suggest the importance of introducing screening mechanisms for women to identify domestic violence, for example, detecting symptoms of depression. A large campaign regarding family relationships is necessary to reduce poverty, improve literacy, improve understanding of concepts related to social equity at an early age, and reduce disparities between boys and girls. What will help also is access to information to enhance the knowledge of other social realities outside the local community. In addition, focused psychosocial initiatives could contribute to improve couple relationships, address psychological issues in the context of IPV, and improve communication within the extended family system. Now, in addition, healthcare workers could be trained to facilitate dissemination of preventive knowledge, provide early identification of IPV, support affected individuals based on their needs. The WHO clinical and policy guidelines are readily available to support the creation of a fully aware and trained body of healthcare workers in any region of the world. The work he presented here offers evidence to inform local health care providers in the Himalayan regions of Pakistan to step in and provide the help this vulnerable population needs. Thank you so much for listening to this presentation.
Greeting everybody, dear all participants, my warm welcome. I am happy and lucky being part of this beautiful platform for the researcher. I am Alia Parveen from Pakistan. Today I am presenting my study and my topic is intimate partner violence and its association with symptoms of depression, perceived health and quality of life in the Himalayan mountain villages of Gilgit-Baltistan. My co-author is Dr. Said Mehboob Shah, professor in World Heart Federation, emerging leader for the NCD's prevention. Currently, he is serving in Institute of Public Health, College of Medicine and Health Sciences, United Arab Emirates University. If we define intimate partner violence, it encompasses physical, sexual, and increasingly psychological and economic violence, as well as controlling behavior by intimate partners. IPV is a globally recognized as serious human right violation, where in physical abuse, a person uses slaps, punches, and assaults with weapon, while in sexual abuse, they face forceful participation in sexual activities, and in emotional abuse, there is threat to remove children from household, prohibiting seeing family and friends, and ongoing belittlement and humiliation. If we observe, IPV occurs in all settings and all socio-economic, religious, and cultural groups. Especially females are highly targeted population than males, and it was observed among those people who belongs to lower educational background in unprivileged societies. Any act of gender-based violence that result in physical, sexual, and psychological harm or suffering to women. If we see IPV consequences on psychological level in women, there is list of mental conditions like major depression and suicidal behavior, anxiety syndrome, post-traumatic stress disorder, disorders of sleep, eating and psychosomatic syndrome, and so on. So any type of violence thoroughly affects a person's perceived health and lifestyle, which provides information about the predictor of morbidity, mortality, and quality of life. So now we come to study objectives. This study has been undertaken to analyze the following research question. So the first one is to estimate the relationship between intimate partner violence with the perceived health in married women. And the second one is to estimate the relationship between IPV and perceived quality of life. And the third one is to estimate the relationship between IPV and symptoms of depression. Here we can see the map of Gilgit-Baltistan, which locates in northern areas of Pakistan, where we conducted our study in Hunza, Nagar, Gopis, Ponial, and the names we can see here. And now I will talk about the research methodology we adopted to analyze our variables of interest. So it was cross-sectional study, and study was conducted after addressing all ethical concerns and informed consent form. A random sample was 1,000 households, proportional to the size of study villages. Trained nurses and female medical students are hired to conduct the home-based interview. Now we will talk about the instrumentals. WHO screening instrument was used to identify physical and sexual abuses. WHO's device questionnaire was used to obtain lifestyle and data, clinical data. AKU-80 scale was used to identify prevalence of depression, and 5-Likert scale was used to assess perceived quality of life and health. Here we will discuss about our results, and we are presented our results in graphical forms to get clear view, and we present it in percentages. So in figure 1, we can see education level of study participants and their husband. Here we can see two colors of bars. Red bars indicate female population and green bars indicates male population. And academic, where we measure 3 categories, and academic was measured in 3 categories. 58.9% females and 32.6% males had uneducated, while 33.4% females and 48.5% males are high school educated, where 7.7% females and 18.9% males reach to college or higher education. So this shows that females are academically back than their husband, and very minimum, very fewer males reach to college and high level of education. Out of 789 participants, 180 reported IPV, where 11% women reported only verbal abuse, while 11.8% females reported experiences of sexual and physical abuse. In this figure, we can see prevalence of IPV by education of women, and here to 25.4% females had not formal schooling, and 18.9% females got secondary level education, and 15.5% females got college or higher education. So it reflects that high IPV exposure women's had no for not formal education than other categories. Again, this graph is about prevalence of IPV by education of their husbands. 29.5% their husband had no non-formal education schooling, and 22.4% had secondary or higher school, and 13.2% had college or university. It shows that IPV exposed women husbands are less likely educated at the college or university level. And this figure is about prevalence of IPV by household income. And here we can see 28.1% is lowest tertile, 27.3% is middle tertile, and 15.3% is highest tertile. And it shows that lower IPV exposure is found among those people, among those participants who have good economic status. And again, you can see prevalence of IPV by occupation of women. So 22.7% females, IPV exposed females are housewives, 20.4% females are employed, and 11.1% IPV exposed women are students. So it reflects that high IPV prevalence found among housewives as compared to students and employees. And this figure is about to see prevalence of IPV by blood relationship with husband, and we can see 19.8% IPV exposed women had close relationship with their husband, like first and second cousins. 18.8% had only relatives, and 27.4% had not related. So it shows that highest IPV exposures found among those couples who had not related. Again, in this figure, we can see the prevalence of IPV by the nature of relationship with mother-in-law. 12.3% daughter-in-law and mother-in-law had put to excellent relationship, 24.1%, fair relationship, while 31.7% had poor relationship, which is higher IPV prevalence. In this figure, we can see the prevalence of IPV by depression, and above than 20.0 score on AKUAD scales reflects the depressive symptoms. So 17.5% IPV exposed women has no depressive symptoms, while 30.4% IPV exposed women has depressive symptoms. So it indicates that majority of IPV exposed women had depressive symptoms. In this table, we will address the independent correlates of IPV multivariate logistic regression analysis. So here I will describe the results briefly, and here we can see variables like relationship with mother-in-law is poor to very poor, quality of health is poor to very poor, and quality of life poor to very poor, and positive symptoms of depression with IPV is yes. So it indicates that IPV and depressive symptoms has positive relationship. If we conclude the results, then IPV is significant public health problem among married women in high mountain villages of Gilgit-Baltistan, and there was significant positive association with depressive symptom and poor perception of physical health and quality of life. So it wants serious attention to control the problem through population-based intervention. Thank you so much for your listening and time. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Rosina, for sharing your work. It is such a fantastic work you have done. I had no idea that you have done such a wonderful work. It is so much needed from rural villages of Sindh to high mountain villages of Pakistan. It is too much needed work you have done, and you have shown the evidence that these strategies work. So I was just wondering, did you find if previously any such studies were done in Pakistan, or this is the first study which you have done showing such an impressive result?
Thank you so much, Dr. Shah, for the opportunity to present and for your question. So Right to Play NGO has been working in Pakistan for several years now, and while the headquarters is in Toronto, it is in more than 20 plus countries. But this is the first time that this intervention was evaluated through a randomized controlled trial to see the effectiveness of the intervention. So the intervention was tested for the first time.
Another related question, it is, as you showed, it's very effective. I was not, because I read a lot of papers about the importance of physical activity for mental health. But your study really shows such a dramatic effect. So how when you compare with international studies, they have also got similar kind of effect, of these kinds of intervention in other countries, or it is more effective here, what you have done in rural Sindh?
So the physical activity alone have not shown such powerful results compared to the right to play curriculum, because this is not only the curriculum which has play therapy, but it has a theory of change which comes from the framework of reflect, connect, apply. So every child goes through a play therapy and activity, and after the activity, the peer coach. So it's a coach, teacher, and a child model where the peer coach takes them through the reflect, connect, and apply exercise. And through that, I think the gender norms and perpetration and victimization, bullying has been reduced. And therefore, WHO has taken up this curriculum and the model in their the top 3 intervention around the world in the area of prevention of violence against women and girls. And so this was part of a What Works study funded by DFID. Now the What Works 2 is looking at and supporting us to do the scale up of this study in different provinces, and also from the public to the private, from the children who are in the school or out of the school. So it will be good to see in the scale up how we compare with the other global world. But I think the interventions of right to play in the other 20 countries are good, but they have not been tested through the RCT, which is a very robust methodology for looking at the effectiveness.
So thank you very much. So any other participant here in this group would like to ask question? If Professor Ruzna would like to ask question, you're most welcome. Shirin, you have question?
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Sayed. And thank you, Dr. Ruzina, for the wonderful presentation. It was really interesting. I was wondering what ideas you have for why it was so much more effective in girls.
That's a good question, because we started asking ourselves too. So I think my assumption is around 3 things. One is that the curriculum by Right to Play was designed keeping the girls' empowerment more than boys. And so the activities were such which were more targeting towards the girls. And also girls' engagement was more in such activities than boys, because the curriculum and the activities were relatively, as you saw, that the boys were also equally benefiting from it, but they would benefit more if the activities are geared towards engaging boys more. But then there was one of the other phenomena, which was a little bit sad phenomena, that boys were more absent from the schools because their demands on them was to be in the workforce, because these were the children from the public schools and Hyderabad from ultra poor. So the demand from their parents was more in the labor workforce, and therefore the absenteeism in the school was much more by the boys than the girls.
Okay, that's really sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting. In terms of them being targeted more, was it in terms of play, play geared towards girls, like with?
Yeah. So the play. So the boys are more active if it's physical games like football or cricket and other games, versus the classroom-based or indoor activities versus outdoor activities. And also, we also observed that it was not directly primary or the secondary question, but we found during our fidelity monitoring that male teachers are also not as engaged with the boys as the female teachers are. So female teachers were more connected in their teaching profession versus male teachers, and also the disciplining. The male teachers were using more of corporal punishment to engage kids versus girls, female teachers in schools. So my entire hypothesis, which was when I was working in women empowerment and girls empowerment, kind of my perspective has changed after this study, and I'm now working more with young boys and men also, because I noticed that in this study that boys were more subjected to violence in the labor market because they were very young entering into the labor force. They were also beaten more through the corporal punishment in school. They were also more having the corporal punishment at home early on, in early ages of like 11 years up to 17 or 18 years. And then this cycle continues because when they become adult, they become the largest perpetrator. So girls are more pampered and taken well care at home and in school when they are in early ages. But when they became adult, the boys who are now in their adulthood become the larger perpetrator. And therefore your study and Alia's study is very interesting to see intimate partner violence and how man becomes the largest number one perpetrator and husband become the perpetrator, because during their early childhood development and their teenages, they are subjected to violence, and therefore witnessing violence, experiencing violence, being subjected to violence is becoming the perpetual cycle.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much.
So it appears that, if you could take away the violence, the depression will reduce half to the current level. Just, the husband's violence, if we remove it from the scenario, we can reduce depression to half. So it is very, very important problem.
Yeah. Yes, it was apparent that intimate partner violence in some of our other studies which we have done around in Hyderabad, around intimate partner violence, have shown that depression and IB mutually non-exclusive. These are chicken and egg. Sometimes I find that depressed women are also subjected more for IPV because they are not able to fulfill the demands of the family situation. So we have to find a methodology, perhaps with Dr. Shah. He's very good with his methodology. Find a method to identify whether depression leads to IPV. We do know that IPV leads to depression. So how much of depression leads to IPV? Because an individual is not able to fulfill the demands of the family and the society.
Excellent. So very, very, very nice to learn about your study. It's very promising. It will help a lot, inshallah.
So, Dr. Shah, now we are thinking of taking the Sindh model to other provinces. And so the studies which Shireen and Alia presented, it will be interesting to see if the right to play is taken in GBC and in the early schooling using the school platform of maybe government school and Arkan Education Services. We may find over the years the IPV going down because if we do the intervention for prevention from 5th, 6th grades, primary and secondary schools, these boys, when they reach their adulthood, will be very different in their dealings with women.
Right. Yes, that will be very, very important. This, how we can take your learning to other parts, like as you said, in GB also, where it is a huge problem. And then this is very promising to know that we have now this intervention, this works.
Yes, it's very promising intervention.
And the other beauty of physical activities, how it reduces risk factor, NCD's risk factor. Yes. These are other major issues. So that is why the one pager I wrote with planning to work with you is very important. How we can work, things which can reduce both improve mental health as well as prevent NCDs. In these
yes. Parts. Yes. So other than mental health, mental well-being and depression, you are very right that it has multiple benefits, and NCD is certainly one major one. Because yesterday only I was at Interior Sindh where Right to Play was launching another project with the name Roshan Raste, meaning lighted roads, bright roads. And that project is looking at how women and early on the girls come to the leadership and they develop the confidence and resilience. And that's so helpful in their overall development as well. So it's not only the gender norms and corporal punishment or violence, but also women empowerment in terms of self-efficacy and their own resilience and decision making in later on life. So I met some of the leaders, very young leaders who have represented Pakistan and UNICEF and World Bank and other countries who were coming as a peer coach or young leaders from the Right to Play model. So Right to Play model also gives the young leaders from their own peer group who then develop this confidence and leadership skills to go and present themselves at the other parts of Pakistan and other parts of the world. So that's fantastic.
Wonderful, wonderful. So it's very nice discussion. If you do not have any further question, then we will conclude. It is almost, our time is up, the allotted time for our today's session.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. I think